All right. Welcome, everybody. Whew. Welcome to the office hours. Sorry, I'm running a lot late. We'll go a little later than normal then. I just got late from work and then had other things. Had food to get and stuff like that, so. But I am basically done with my work for the semester. Hello, welcome to the office hours. This is a live stream where I talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. Here at the TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive, and twitch.tv/TheAstroPub. How y'all doing? Feathers, Sonic Control, Outlaw Knight, Midnight Black, Magorth, Aimless, Via Nocturne, Liberty NC, Sea Daddy, Gin and Tonic, Shinobi, and Iris. Yes, 3.22 is live. We'll look at the patch notes and watch the trailer and everything like that. And then, of course, watch the Inside Star Citizen about it. And then we're gonna go through the large lore updates. I think CIG is basically done for the year. So, I mean, they'll probably do some hot fixes between now and next week, but Hibachi on the company dime is not bad. Hey, Night Cub. Whew. Bring everything up. Close this down. Nope. Yes. Doop. This shit is downloading at 3 kbs per second for me right now. See y'all in 3.223, I guess. Don't, here's the key. Here's the secret. Don't download the patch right as it launches. In fact, I would suggest not even touching the patch until maybe this weekend. Because it's going to be great for about like a little bit. Wow, that's a lot. It's gonna be great for the first like hour, maybe the first day, and then it's gonna get shit, and then it's gonna fine again. Be fine again. So yeah, you can also do that. You can copy ePTU to your live folders and save the time. It was good for an hour or two, yeah, and then it just explodes. Skill issue. I came across a Reddit post on symbolic links. I might have to check that out. You found it through the submittal? Nice. You got in and did some inventory management. I'm going to still wait until things calm down a bit to get really into it. Yeah, the the servers will be on fire for the first week or so, and then it'll get back. Yeah, delete your shaders, all that kind of stuff. Hey, Mopar. It always surprises me when gamers bum rush servers on a new patch and are then angry that it's broken. It's like, yeah, it's broken because you're hugging it to death. Like, if you want a good experience, wait. We're going to check out the new ISC today. Okay, AOT project. This is not just for you. This is for all of you who are like, I'm waiting for 4.0. All right, come here. Come here. Get real close now. Get real close, all right? This is a come to Jesus moment. This is a come to Chris Roberts moment, all right? 4.0 is going to be a disaster. It will be a dumpster fire. Won't be as bad as 3.18, I don't think. But it'll still be unfucking playable. 4.1 will be better, but still unplayable. 4.2 will be better, but probably still unplayable. If you're waiting for the game to be playable, then you're going to have to wait till beta, which could be years down the line. I'm not saying, you know, don't hold out. Keep strong, all right? What I'm saying is you're setting yourself for bad expectations if you think 4.0 is golden. Like, that's just the facts, my dude. I hate to ruin your experiences and just to take your examples and throw it in the bin, but like 4.0 will be years down the line. Nah, 4.0 will be next year. I don't know when next year, but it'll be next year. With that specific, let's take a look at this. Thank you, Lord and Master Jake. Let's just say, Comrade Jake. There we go. That works. Thank you, Comrade Jake. So this is, I might actually do a quick capsule about this, but this is the big news. This is the big news here. So, replication layer update. As some of you may have seen, testing for the upcoming separation of replication layer from game servers is underway, with additional testing required as well as fixes and updates coming in 3.22 branch. We're moving this card to 3.22 column, targeting a 3.22x patch, as we continue to make progress on this important update. So, replication layer, which was originally supposed to be 3.21, got pushed down the road. I'm not surprised. It's a huge thing that they're adding. It's effectively server meshing, and they've been testing it for a while. I'd hope that they had put it in the preview channel, open preview channel, so people could play it, but, you know, that's how it is. 4.0 releases December 30th, 2024. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably the latest it'll release. I think it'll release slightly earlier. I think it'll release around CitizenCon next year, but we'll see. But this is big. Why? Because this isn't a amorphous idea that's out in the ether. This is something that people have tested and have, it's leaked out a bit here and there, but it's something that CIG is actively working on. So, yes, that could mean it could take a year for this. Or it could mean it could take 3 or 4 months. They seem to be pretty confident that it's going to be a 3.22.x patch. Then again, they were also very confident that that it was going to be 3.21. because 3.21, you know, was called 3.21 because it was supposed to have the replication layer. So at the end of the day, it's always important to remember patches are just names. They could literally name them anything. It's just for internal consistency or for just so you know which one's the most recent. That's it. So structural salvage. So these are all committed. The X1 cargo containers. So yeah, basically everything but the replication layer. So here's the thing, Midnight Black SC. I don't think we're going to see persistent hangars and master modes until 4.0. I think we'll test it and a lot of that stuff, but I think a lot of, because of how things are being built, I think a lot of what we're going to see with what we want in the game is going to end up being tacked onto 4.0. Is it, did they talk about it at ISC? They say in the ISC it's coming in the first half. Oh, I hate to say press X to doubt, but I'm going to hate press X to doubt. And as always, when I say something like that, I am staring directly into the eyes of every CIG employee and go, make me a liar. Prove me wrong. Do it. Do it. You won't. You won't. All right. Now, I do 100% believe that the new UI is coming in the first half. Like, I could see that. Six new ships. I believe the 6 new ships. Like, there's a couple of things that I would always believe CIG when they say it, which is anything to do with the graphics in terms of timeline, anything that has to do with something that the NAPU team touches. Now it's the NAPU team touches. Now that they are one, because it's got, you know, it's the unholy combination of Dr. Chad McKinney and Montreal. They have become my new favorite, my new favorite team, and I'm only saying that because I'm in North America and I am biased as shit. But god damn it, I'm glad. Now they haven't put in purchase armor recovery yet. That's something that they definitely need. We definitely need to kind of drum on them a little bit harder for in the next couple of patches. Because the one thing that it's important to always note is that CIG is very forgetful. The rule of thumb when you're dealing with anything in CIG is that if it's over a couple of weeks old, then it's old news and they don't pay attention to it. So you have to constantly bring it up, but you have to bring it up in a way that isn't being a dick. It's one of the reasons why memes work. The joke about like CIG's allergic to memes. It's memes make it present and make it painful. When you meme them, and I don't mean like in a malicious way, but meme them in a way that's like awkward, then they'll go, oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. And for those who doubt me, X1, baby. Who's been harping on the X1 all year? This guy. I'm probably giving myself too much credit, but it's one of those things that I've noticed is that if you can get the community to get on board a meme, it will infect CIG and it will make CIG pay attention to it, and they'll realize, oh fuck, and try to change it. So about the G12, that's the next one. That's the next one. And I'm saying this with active CIG members in chat, because I know they're in chat. And I haven't brought up the CIG hates memes for a long time because it hasn't been a thing, but yeah. Sub recovery is coming with freight elevators. Do you have a source for that, GR? I'm not saying you're wrong. I would like to know where that was mentioned because that'd be a good thing to use. See, Daddy, start harping on the Kraken. I can't. There are things that are not within my power, see Daddy, and you know that. It is beyond my power. Thank you, NJ, for watching. This isn't going to be the last Office Hours of the year. I'll do another Office Hours next week. I think there's probably still going to be an ISC unless they said this is the last ISC of the year, which I could see. There might be another ISC before the end of the year. But yeah, I'm gonna have to reach out to Tomato and Tree and see if I can't do like a during the day or morning special captain's table sometime. So you make me sad. Like 100% memeing the G12 into existence is possible. Memeing recovery is like equipment recovery is possible. Stuff that is within the power of the developers to start working on is possible. But the Kraken is beyond my power because it requires fundamental tech that isn't even in the fucking game yet. If you could find that, GR, that'd be great. I'll give you kind of a quick tip. It's probably Chad McKinney. If someone mentioned it, it's almost certainly Chad. Because that's the person who not, maybe they're not in charge. I think they're in charge of the NAPU team. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Xylo did it. That's a Xylo W right there. A rare Xylo W. When was this posted? $17 days ago. Okay. Wait, hold up. Did they? Okay, yeah, it's in Inside Star Citizen, isn't it? Did CIG just drop another cutter variant without testing it? The cutter that everyone's like, it's called the Rambler. I like the name. Let's take a look at it real quick. Ooh, cool. When are we getting that? CIG? When am I getting my low jungle here? It's probably a pyro thing. Ooh, it's got extended living quarters. Yeah, go ahead and post the link. You should be able to. Missiles. Okay, so it's got... Why does the cutter have internal missile racks? It has its own fuel tank. Got larger habitation. It's got a shoilet. Damn, this thing is nicer than the fucking Cutlass. Got overhead baggage. Hmm. This is my... Is this the beta? Is this the Bang Stang version of the Cutter? Because I like it. Put some swag, some shag carpet and a disco ball in that baby, and call it a Winnebango. Classics die hard. Tectonic, I like it. Noble, ooh, fancy. And cliffhanger. Cutter Trips Pack. Who would buy a Cutter Trips Pack? That's very cool. It doesn't have any cargo space, it looks like. Yeah, so it completely takes out the cargo space, but it's entirely a flat. This is probably one of the best starters out there. I mean, it doesn't have any cargo space, so it's not that great. But no images showed of it fighting. I mean, it's an explorer. It's like a personal. It is like a camper van almost. Space Winnebago, yeah. Space Caravan. The infographic? I'm not seeing SCU here. It says fuel tanks. It's got length, width. Oh, it's in tech specs. Oh, I'm just downloading it like 4 times. Oh, go away. Cargo to SCU. Okay, so it's not bad. Yeah, this is. I would say this is probably my new favorite ship in terms of starter packs. Just because, like, most starting gameplay, you don't need to haul lots of cargo. Like, it's almost the cargo on any starter ship is almost wasted because you just need a space to put your box. That's it for like box missions. And yeah, they'll increase the amount of transport, but it's 6 SCU, gal. It's not. We're not talking about a large amount of stuff.
You can take away my space suit.
Typing, not trying to. Don't type and stop driving and typing.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Darkroom Unlimited just resubscribed for 43 months.
Ball flying. That's even more. That's even worse.
Still not enough liquor to fill the hull.
43. One more than 42. Still not enough liquor to fill the hull. I like it. Thank you so much, Targrim, for that 43 months of support. You're a very important public, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You return drinking night. Shouts out. Thank you, TK Rex, for that. There we go.
Hey, a tip.
TK Rex super chatted $5. Howdy. I love that SIG is one of the only developers to break their own game because it's working exactly as designed. Replication layer will be fun.
I think a lot of developers do that. They just don't like doing it in front of people. as but like the thing is that Star Citizen fans, thank you for that $5 by the TK, but Star Citizen fans are filled with a bunch of tech people, like early Star Citizen development, early like backers, like was like 50 to 70% people in tech. I mean, like anyone from like IT to coding to CTOs, like people in all different types of tech were excited about Star Citizen because of what it was. And so as a result, we break shit all the time. We've been breaking CIG's website and everything else forever.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Sylvesto just resubscribed for 16 months.
Sylvester, thanks so much for that Twitch Prime for 16 months. You're a very important pop, a very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You were drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Citizen Ninja, X1's prices went up by $5 to $45. Velocity went to $10 to $55. But Force's price didn't increase from $50. Velocity is now $5 more than a 100i. There are two rules that we always say in the Inforunners. Sell your fighters and don't buy ground vehicles. They're never worth the money you pay. Unless you really, really like the vehicle, and then you have to consider it a donation to CIG. You aren't buying a vehicle for its value. You're buying a vehicle because it's cool, which is fine. That's completely valid. People buy cool shit all the time. True, you could buy them as LTI tokens if you can cross-chassis upgrade with them. But generally speaking, don't buy ground vehicles. They're always overpriced. Moody Pirate.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
I mean, I bought the Ranger, Mick. If that tells you anything.
Moody Pirate has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that subscription there, Moody Pirate. You're a very important pop, a very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're Hendrick Knight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey, Twitch.
Them biddies.
Thank you for them biddies,
Excuse
Iris.
me, Paul. I'm calling about your ship's extended warranty. Your ship's extended warranty is about to expire. If you do not act soon, you will not have any coverage if your ship explodes mysteriously in suspicious circumstances. Please send Chris Roberts all your bank account information so that your warranty can be renewed automatically.
Thank you so much for those biddies. Oh, thank you, Twitch, for also adding 104 bits to that cheer. Twitch is doing this thing where, like, if you do bits, then they'll give the streamer additional donation stuff. So, because they want you to use bits instead of other donation methods.
Them biddies.
We added 104 bits to Iris Red Tide's cheer. Bonus bits unlocked. We added 104 more bits.
Though it says 208 on my side. So. Or you're a whale and you're compelled to buy everything. Listen, we're not talking about Algrid. They're Algrid. Yeah. They're Sea Daddy. Okay, we gotta wait for it because the bits thing is way long. I gotta fix that.
Tree_San just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 5 subs there. Treesan, you're a very important pub, a very impressive piece of any pedestrian. You all rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
Dem biddies.
Thank you for dem biddies there, Tagram. I guess it's not. I remember they did something. Maybe it's over a certain amount of bits. Let me check. Boop, 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 boo. Until January 2nd, viewers on your channel can enjoy bonus bits, discounts for subs, and new limited. A new limited design for hype emotes. Twist will add at least 10% for every cheer over 300 bits. Okay. So if it's over 300 bits, they'll do it.
Dem biddies.
Thank you for dem biddies there, Misk and Joy Pop. Love the lore series. Aaliyah and Gotham, thank you so much. Yeah, I got to get back to the... So I'm actually finishing up the writing portion of the next complete history of Star Citizen lore videos. But I was dead so, and I'm like, okay, I've got time now. I can send it off to my editor. And my editor is like, are you insane? I've got so much work I've got to do for my other clients. So I was like, oh, fuck. So, like, now it's a matter of just Uri becoming free and him being able to, or them being able to edit it and everything like that. So it'll probably be January now.
Laughing face.
But thank you so much there. Twitch added that 50 bits. Yeah. So they add 10% of it. Also, did you just cheer 1044? Also, yeah, between today and January 2nd, all single and multi-month paid subs are 25% off. And between December 27th and January 2nd, all single month gift subs are 25% off. So. Okay.
Dem biddies.
Yes, I'm a child.
Thank you so much for that 369. Algarid signature. Yes. Syndrome. Yes. Shouts and cheers. Okay, I went too loud. I'm sorry. I can't wait for the lore update. I need more. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit of the lore today, but one of the major things that happened recently is a lot of changes. So I'm going to go back and do, what I might do is after I finish the next episode of Complete History, I might go in and do a 3.5 video. And this is just going to, that's just going to be like, hey, these are the additions that CIG has made since the last time I did this update. Because there's like at least 30 minutes, if not 20 to 30 minutes of content that they've added since I started doing the series, including a new company that deals with mines, the complete backstory for Vega, for like how it was found, and a bunch of other things like that. So at some point, I'm not going to be able to go back and fix all of those things. I'm just going to have to keep going. And once I've completed it all, I'll put it up there. And then I might, because I'm insane, I might eventually go back and actually do all of it once it's fully out. But I'm only going to end it at 2942. I'm not going to do complete history. I'm going to do up to the beginning of Star Citizen's funding, rather than all the way up to what it is today, because there's a lot of lore and there's a lot of like other things that deal with, and I'll kind of say that at the end of that one too, that episode, which will be years from now, be like, listen, there's a lot of other content that's come out and I don't want to spoil any content. Though by the time I get that done, Squad 42 is going to be out, so I'm not going to have to worry about it too much. Bits are safer overall. They are. The bits are better for content creators, and they're safer from a perspective for users. It's just, and they're also safer for users as well. But I think that's the earliest we can expect 4.0 is summer of 2024. I think it's probably more likely to slip to fall of 2024 because that's the CitizenCon patch. So, hey, Celine. All right, so let's go watch. Let's start watching some of these things here real quick. So the first thing we're going to watch is the new trailer for 3.22. 3.22. Always does this. I love this. Can we get the Swagger Walk CIG? You notice the female character model wasn't wearing the jacket. Why, CIG? That's a good trailer. CIG's getting better.
You can take away my spaceship.
Paul, I have a powerful need to liberate that oil derelict.
You can even take away my space lasers.
I know what you mean, brother.
Ever.
Did someone say oil?
Take away my space game.
Sherry Katsune just resubscribed for 18 months. Happy patch day everyone 07.
Thank you so much there, Shiri, for that 18 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. We should drink not. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. That's definitely going to be a short clip video, I'm going to say. Wait, is that an oil field? Is that an oil rig? Seems like Hurston needs some freedom. I like how the X1 didn't flip out. Totally unrealistic. All right, with that,
Alpha 322 is right around the corner
Why
and
do you
available
say
for
it,
testing now on the public test universe. But arriving with it are 3 newly flyable and drivable vehicles from manufacturers as varied as Apoa, Origin, and Drake. Let's find out more.
So in Alpha 322, we have 3 new vehicles available, and they cover a huge range of both size and role, and we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about them. Let's start with the most exotic, the Aepa Santokyai.
Ask me after I watch that this Christian, because I have thoughts. That's something that I've talked about a lot, and I think I've argued with many people about, but we'll see. Hold on.
The Santokyai is a medium fighter from Aepa, but it doesn't follow the traditional medium fighter role that we see with human manufacturers. It has, for its size, quite a lot of health and classic Xi'an high maneuverability, as well as being extremely flashy in both its function and form.
The idea with the alien ships is that we don't want them just to feel alien. We want them to feel different within their own rights, within that kind of alien spectrum. On the Gattax side of things, we've really kind of tried to make them feel quite industrial, quite strong and chunky. Whereas on the Apoa side of things, we took more inspiration from the insect form. So we want them to feel a lot faster, a little bit more kind of aggressive and have a bit more attack in their shapes.
When you first see the Santokyai, you'll clearly see the family lineage between itself and the Katual, which is the light fighter from Aepa.
It's their kind of second Xi'an ship that they've made, and it's really bringing kind of a big brother.
They both have 2 stages, or 2 transform states, from landed to the flight pose, and you see that very classic Aepa flowering transformation from a more horizontal position to the more vertical flight and combat position.
It's still got the kind of nice big transforming kind of style when it transforms from landed mode into flight mode, but we've really tried to kind of push the alien
The other thing to say,
aesthetics a little bit further.
Let me back it up a little bit.
Into flight.
This is the new hotness, and this is the old and busted. Basically, this was a ship that was around since before humanity had first contact with the Xi'an, as far as we know. Because some of the first fighters we encountered were what we call today the Kartual. It is at the something Kartu is the name of the actual ship. This is the thing that the Gladius was tuned to fight. Like the Gladius is designed to go toe to toe with the Talon and the Kartual. Like that was its like design point. And I think CIG designers did a really good job of pointing that out, because it really is like the Gladius really is a beefed up version of those 2 ships. It absolutely styles on those 2 ships in terms of firepower, maneuverability, maybe not speed, but you see what I'm saying. And of course they'll balance it out here and there, but like that's the point. The Gladius is supposed to be, you know, fuck you Xenos, humanity forever kind of thing. And this is the response, the Xi'an's response to the Hornet. So this was the Xi'an saying, "All right, son, listen here, you little shits. You can't outstyle us. We can do better than this. We've just been lazy for 500 years. Now we're scared, so we're going to build something that's better than yours."
Mode, but we've really tried to kind of push the alien aesthetics a little bit further this time, both interior and exterior. One of the kind of more unique elements, I think, on the Santokyai is its cockpit. Not just the space inside, but actually how you enter it. It's got this really kind of exotic, shall I say, seat that comes down to collect you from the player space, and that kind of all floats down and takes you back into your actual pilot position. One of the things that we really spent quite a bit of time investigating and kind of really trying to kind of nail the visuals on was the actual interactions with the cockpit. We wanted to make sure we weren't stepping on the toes of what we did in the Gattax cockpit, and it needed to be like its own unique thing. Elwin and the Austin team kind of really nailed that visually. It's got these really nice sort of slate buttons with all the Xi'an text in it. And one of the things we were really keen to do with
That's the Austin team? Good job. Austin representing. It sounds mean. Yeah, I like yeah, people say like, "Oh yeah, they don't like the engine sounds." I love the engine. I think they're a little too loud, but I think that's just because everything is too loud. All of the ship sounds, these ship sounds are way too loud. They need to just turn them down a little bit. But no, it sounds like it's about to fucking eat you. It has this like angry insect noise to it, which is great.
kind of all of our alien ships is remove a lot of that human element. They may be made to be human compatible, but we really wanted them to feel like their native race was the people that built it, and that's who it was made for, as number one. And so we've got these kind of really nice interactive tablets with all the Xi'an text on them. Do have a number of paints coming out with the Santok AI. They are still currently just being developed and signed off as we're filming this now. Again, we tried to kind of do something not necessarily kind of completely new, but kind of just push the bar slightly with what we're trying to do. It's that kind of fine thing where alien doesn't always mean fancy and unique, but we do want it to feel a little bit different to what our kind of human races are. It's very obvious when you see the silhouette of the ship and when you see it in flight what it is, but the paints is kind of that little icing on top, and also it kind of gives that really nice read when you get up and close and personal with it.
The red one looks like a monster can. And I say that in the most appropriately good way.
The Santok AI is a fighter through and through. It really excels at that. It doesn't have any secret hidden features, but it does have all of our latest tech and features within it, such as weapon racks, personal storage, and accessible components. So this ship is really for those who prize maneuverability and position in combat. The firepower of the ship is pretty good for its size, but its real strength is its maneuverability.
It's got 4 size 2s, right? Or is it 4 size 3s?
So that's the Santok AI, available in 322, and we think it's going to be a great addition to our lineup of fighters and alien ships, just like...
Whew. Whew. That's a lot of firepower. 3 size 3s? That's nasty. That's fucking nasty. Yeah, well, so does Saber's medium. Too, it has 3 size 3s. And it has a size 2 shield. It's a fighter. Why does it have a size 2 shield?
It's great for those players who want that role, but just want something a bit more stylish and exotic.
It has the same. Well, it's a Xi'an Hornet, so it should have the same flight characteristics as a Hornet, but it's slightly larger. Yeah, but that mean it's bigger and still has. It's bigger than the Hornet and still has the same maneuverability as the Hornet. That's kind of the idea.
From there, let's go from space combat and atmospheric combat down to the surface and talk about the Origin X1 series.
The X1 is Origin's first hoverbiking game. It's their kind of answer to some of the other hoverbikes we've already got from different manufacturers, like the Nox, the Dragonfly. This bike was kind of...
Fucking Jesus Christ, y'all. All right, this is where I'm going to keep pausing and giving you lore stuff. Do you know who invented hoverbikes? It's not who you think. I'm gonna let you guess. Tell me who invented hoverbikes. Harley. No, but I'm sure you'll get it. Honda, Crusader. No, Ghost and Tree are right. Drake. The Dragonfly is the first ever hoverbike in the entirety of the Star Citizen universe. In fact, the Xi'an didn't have hoverbikes. There's a world, I think it's a moon, that's cohabited by humans and Xi'an. It's kind of like like one half of the planet is colonized, or one half of the moon is colonized by humans, and the other half is colonized by Xi'an, and so they work together a lot, and so they often kind of, it's like where they kind of meet and kind of exchange cultures and stuff like that. So Drake built the Dragonfly, I think I remember specifically for the Caterpillar. And they were using a Dragonfly to kind of go, they went out to, some humans went out to a Xi'an settlement on this moon to go like say hello and check up on them. And they were using a Dragonfly. And when they got there, the Xi'an were like, what the fuck is this? And they're like, oh, it's a hoverbike. And Xi'an like, what's that? What? And they're like, don't y'all use gravity technology all the time? You don't know what a hoverbike is? Like, no, we don't have the concept. And so they're cool. And they let the Xi'an like drive it around a little bit. And they're like, this is fun. This is great. And so they petitioned the Xi'an government to build their own hover bikes. And so Aopoa actually specifically asked if they could make their own version of the hover bike. Because I think the idea is culturally, like there's no reason for a bike. Like the concept of a bike doesn't exist in the Xi'an culture. JL could be wrong or not, could be wrong, could be tell me I'm wrong or not. But like that's just based off of my understanding of the Xi'an culture. Doesn't make any sense. So Jimmy built it? Yes, Jimmy built it. So yeah, that's the wild part. It's like the culture that like mastered gravity technology didn't invent the gravity bike. It was Drake Interplanetary of all people.
Kind of developed alongside the 400i in its concept phase, and the idea was that this is that kind of classic smaller kind of day vehicle that you can take out from your big exciting explorer ship. Those two kind of go hand in hand. It has its own little garage at the front of the 400i, and it really just allows you to, once you land on planet, you can then kind of leave everything back on your ship and go out and explore and kind of chase down the thrills of the planet on a nice little hover bike.
I'm sure the more enterprising of you out there will be finding all different ways of getting these into places they shouldn't be, such as the upcoming distribution centers.
Is that a Pico driving that? Yes, it is. Of course it is.
I think one of the things that's been kind of super nice to see as the bike's kind of gone through its development is really selling the idea of this bike being a hopper bike. We've got a lot of VFX and lighting going in from the teams, really selling it that it does feel like a bike in the future. We've got these nice brake lights at the rear, we've got the kind of front lights, and one of my favorite bits on it is actually the cockpit, the kind of like the driver's space. The dashboard in there looks super nice, really sleek, kind of classic Origin, and it all flows really nicely with the rest of the shapes.
The X1 series is a series of 3 bikes that allow Origin to have their own edge of the market in terms of hover bikes and to have 3 different playstyles within them. With the X1 Force, this is designed to aid in ground combat, allowing you to be on a speedy, small profile target with some shielding to allow you.
When I tried out the Force, oh my God, it's fucking amazing. You feel like you're flying a gun. It is literally like flying a gun. You just point it in at a location and shoot and you hit. It's like it's so well built.
To absorb a few hits and help engage combat. And then we have the Velocity, which removes the weapon hardpoint and instead gains speed. Whilst tuning is underway at the time of recording, we intend the X1 Velocity to be a competitor to the Nox, and both of those are designed to be faster than the Dragonfly, which is more utilitarian. So the Velocity is a great addition to the ground racing community and will be right at home in all the ground racing tracks. The base X1 is there to provide an option for those of you who don't like the Nox or just don't like whatever aesthetic you think Drake users have.
The aesthetic is called freedom. I know you don't, being from Britain, you don't understand this concept, John Crew. We don't understand, but Drake means freedom, brother. Limited liability. Freedom.
And speaking of Drake aesthetics, that moves us nicely on to the last ship of 322, the Drake Cutter Rambler.
The Cutter Rambler is our 3rd variant of the Cutter series, and it kind of rounds off the series as a whole.
As we talked about at CitizenCon, the Drake...
You aren't changing it. It's people saying the aesthetic is called limited liability. The aesthetic is every component was made by the lowest bidder. Freedom. That's the aesthetic of freedom. I don't know what you're talking about.
The Cutter family was always designed as a family of 3, and we've shown you the base one and the Scout. The Rambler is the 3rd one, and it is designed from the start to be the more fleshed out premium starter explorer combination of the 3. I know premium.
If there isn't there needs to be a commercial. I might ask. It's impossible to do this one, but to do a commercial for the Drake Rambler that set to Johnny Cash's "I've Been Everywhere." With just quick, or it's flying, and just quick cuts to various places it's been. You know, I've been everywhere, man.
Premium and Drake might be a bit of a weird juxtaposition there.
Rambler
They
is such
are
a
a
good
very
name.
functional manufacturer and no frills manufacturer. That really kind of is sold nicely on the interior space. We've sacrificed some of the rear cargo space for the larger habitation.
This allows
I mean, I could talk with the arts and crafts. The arts and crafts team, which is Hiskaha and the Damn Shames, they do that kind of thing. I could pitch them the idea. The problem about doing that is that it would get copyright struck immediately because it's a fucking copyrighted song. Like you need something like that, but with like that feel. So
extra space for both a suit locker, a food machine, and somewhere to eat that food, and a nice little table to chill at.
But even within that habitation, you can see how they've moved the bulkhead back one, they've moved the bathroom, they've opened up this nice space, and then they put, you know, a seat, a desk, a little jump seat, and the bare minimum you need as a pilot going out and exploring our universe. We want to make sure there was visually some differences on the exterior. So we've got the kind of visual-only differences, such as the kind of like the modified rear section. We've also got the kind of more functional stuff. So on top, it's got the extended fuel tank. Visually, we kind of lent into the idea of having your Winnebago or your camper van or whatever it might be, and it's got this kind of like roof rack aesthetic, but it's actually kind of stores all the extra kind of fuel for the extended fuel tanks. And as with the Scout, we've got the change in the thrusters, and again, we've got a unique set of thrusters on a new nacelles on each side that really help kind of just break up that silhouette.
So this is basically what the base model should have been. Yeah, no, I am 100%. This is what the base model should have been. This is the beta, the Bang Stang of cutters. This is what us Bang Stang fans have been wanting in a ship. Like, this is actually it. But the Bang cutter doesn't make any sense.
A little bit more variation, with the Rambler being kind of a longer range or an extended range vehicle. I think having the kind of like the slightly smaller, they look a little bit more efficient on the engines rather than these great big kind of individual engines. You've got these slightly smaller, more of them, individual thrusters. I'm very happy with the Rambler. One of the things that we kind of really tried to lean into when we were developing the Rambler was Drake's kind of mentality towards building their ships. I think it kind of ticked that box of exactly what Drake would do. They've got this chassis, they want to make somewhere you can spend a bit more time in, somewhere that's a little bit more comfortable, but they're still kind of working to that Drake budget and design ethos. So I'm very happy with how it turned out.
The Rambler really takes the base cutter to the next level in terms of living on board. I think we all saw that when the cutter came out, but it was very much more of a camper van than an RV, which is what the Rambler is. So that's a wrap-up of all the new vehicles coming to the Persistent Universe in 3.22, and as always, we look forward to seeing you all use them and abuse them in...
Does this work? We at Drake want you to see the wide open spaces, the little parts of our grand empire. That's why we put together the 2953 Drake Cutter Rambler. For those who want to go further. Power to the people. There you go.
all different ways in the live game.
Now, of course, Alpha 322 comes with more than just vehicles. There's structural salvage, openable cargo containers, new derelict settlements, new hairs for players, new maps for Arena Commander, and more. But since this is our last episode of the year, we have a tradition here at ISC of looking back at everything that's happened the last 12 months and reliving some of our favorite moments. And, well, look, 2023 was good. Great even if you gloss over that little rough patch in the middle there. But heading into the new year, all that I can really think about is everything that's on the horizon that's about to make 2024 the biggest and baddest year of our project yet. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to indulge myself, maybe switch out my CIG cap and put my backer hat on, and tell you what has me excited about this next year for the Persistent Universe in a segment that I'm calling
Jake's about to get fired. I'm sorry. Lando's about to get fired. That's what this segment's called.
Disco Lando's Star Citizen 2020 forecast. Now, without talking specific dates, let's discuss what's being targeted and currently on track for release in just the first half of 2024, starting with Master Modes, the new way to pilot and operate ships we've been discussing since CitizenCon 2952. Now, whether that's every ship or a staggered rollout of groups of vehicles depends on how work progresses, but it's a major change to the way spaceships operate in the Persistent Universe, and you can be sure that we'll update on it more when the time comes. And of course, when your ships aren't in flight, they can be stored in the newly persistent hangars that are arriving with freight elevators, freight kiosks, and the new cargo transaction system that we've shared on both ISC and this year's CitizenCon. Now, all combined, they
No, I almost certainly the freight elevators make sense. It's coming in early of next year, because they've been talking about that forever. But and I guess you need persistent hangars for those to happen. Now, persistent hangars is not personal hangars, I believe. So
they form the next major evolution of cargo careers and will also have far-reaching, broader implications for the entire Star Citizen experience. And then outside of vehicles and hangars, there's also a variety of FPS combat improvements coming to the first half of 2024, with improvements to reloading, the weapon wear and misfire system, scopes and dynamic crosshairs and charge and drain, and even more we'll be able to show you once we return in the new year. And then outside of strictly FPS combat, there are new player character features coming, like the updates to the EVA system, the visor and lens system, loot screens, default item interactions in the personal interaction system, and there's even new shopping and mission apps in development now. And while we're talking about apps, the first half of 2024 is also currently scheduled to see the arrival of our new character customizer with things like tattoos, piercings, scars, and yes, Virginia, it's true, beards. Now, as for how many and of what kind, only Andre knows for sure, but you can bet we're gonna ask him sometime around March. And
beards.
Then, of course, if you're in-game, there's also a little thing called Mobiglass and an awfully big thing called Star Map that are both getting their big updates in the first half of next year. And have I mentioned those enormous distribution centers that'll be the new microcosm homes for every gameplay and mission feature that exists in Star Citizen, as well as the 4, 5, 6, let's just say several new and updated vehicles that are making their way to the Persistent Universe in just the first 6 months of 2024? I did, just now. I can check those off. Whew. Okay, so real talk. CIG hat back on. Now, you're probably looking at your screen and saying to yourself, what about Pyro and 4.0? Well, don't fret. The things that we just covered are those that aren't too dependent on continuing foundational tech work like server meshing. So we feel pretty confident in targeting everything that we just shared for the first 6 months. But when it comes to something as enormous as the complete Pyro system and
here's the backpedaling.
Alpha 4.0, well, that's where the new preview channel comes into play. Now that said, Alpha 4.0 is currently targeting a summer 2024 release, but that won't mean that you have to wait until then to play it or learn more about it. That's because in
That was a fucking mistake. Holy fuck. Like, I love you, Jared. But God, you just opened up the fucking floodgates. You just, I don't care what he says next. That's all that people heard. That's why he fuck. Listen, I know beards. It's not coming in summer 2024. If it does, great, fantastic. Just way to hit a date finally, CIG. But like, oh my God. Oh. Don't care, just beards.
2024, we'll continue doing play tests like the one we just completed, and you'll be able to follow along with its development firsthand on the preview channel. That's the planets, moons, space stations, settlements, and outlaw lifestyle that comes within the Pyro system, but also an entire host of additional new features, content, and quality of life improvements like, oh, I don't know, fully functional jump points, the new quantum travel system, new vehicle HUD and MFD work, resource management, hacking, and much, much more, all being worked on in tandem.
I don't like this. This is hyping too much. There's far too much hype with this.
Take away my space game.
Listen.
The first tasty just resubscribed for 32 months, for the law.
Thank you so much, First Stacy, for that. 32 months. You were very important, pupper. Very important, pedestrian. Yeah. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. My voice cannot function right now. Oh, stop digging, Jared. Please stop digging. It hurts. It hurts us.
Them biddies.
Paul, you called it. 4.900 is coming. Dot and it will be utterly unplayable.
Thank you for them biddies. Ignore that, beards. Listen, I'll go over here in a bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about this.
The preview channel will let you and us test 4.0 together while maintaining the stability of the persistent universe.
You typed in 4.0. Well, it's because Twitch and CIG are working together. You can't say that in biddies anymore.
With all those other great additions we just discussed. And then, in the summer of 2024, two become one. And we can avoid that thing that didn't quite go the way that we'd hoped.
The holiday live stream?
And then, just because we're cheeky, there are still some things better left for you to discover on your own. And don't forget, we haven't even talked about the back half of the year yet. All in all, 2024 is shaping up to be the watershed year for Star Citizen.
What the actual
anything this
Hold
year,
on.
It's that shaping up to be even talked about the back half of the year yet. All in all, 2024 is shaping up to be the watershed year for.
Okay, he just had the second hat on. I thought you thought he did the glasses meme in real life. I was just like, God damn.
For Star Citizen. And if we've learned anything this year, it's that through the trials of 318 to the successes of CitizenCon and everything in between, before that and coming up next, Star Citizen is a project that continues to iterate, to evolve, and to embody an experience you simply can't find anywhere else, whether that's in the universe or within our community that makes all this possible. So thank you for helping us reach the heights that we have, and buckle up for the journey still ahead. We're in for one hell of a year. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next year.
Oh, so that's the last one. Okay. Is there a good ending? There might be a good ending.
So if it's all right with you, I'd like to indulge myself, switch out my CIG cap, and put my backer hat on.
That's great. No, he also said the first 6 months. So, I'm going to start off with this caveat. One of the things that I have noticed is, this is going to sound weird, but there is a different swagger right now for CIG. It started earlier this year. CIG's swagger has changed. So, and okay. I'm going to try to do this the best way possible to knock out the multiple people who talked to me about this at CitizenCon. because I know people who work at CIG, and I've known people. Apparently, my name gets around a little bit too, so I talked with a couple of people as well. One of the things that I heard from CIG employees, and this is just kind of like office gossip, sort of kind of like gauging the temperatures of the company, is that there was a lot of mistakes made by people who have been in the company for a long time, who were comfortable with the status quo of how the game functioned. And then Montreal kicked in the door and started swirling everybody by their own approach to development, to their speed of development, and how much the backers were like, that, I want that. And that apparently was the kick in the ass that all of CIG needed to go, oh, well, fuck, how does either how Montreal does it, or just we need to do it ourselves. And like really upped the like culture of CIG. It completely kind of changed a lot of the mythology and the methodology of development. And that is what I think is the swagger that CIG got into it. So not necessarily the FOMO deal since fall. Boatloads of dope. I get what you're saying. You're coming in with the boatloads of salt. But at the same time, things like the F8 aren't like that worth it. Well, there is a ship team at Montreal, so. I can't tell if you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. What? Minecraft Bros? The swagger? Swagger's a good thing. Like them changing. I mean, it's like, it's not really like, it's like an attitude. It's confidence. Like the developers seem to be much more willing to engage the community and be willing to take risks while also being confident about their steps. And anybody who's been part of a group, say like a sports team or like a project or any kind of like group where we have a goal in mind, knows how much group cohesion and morale and confidence can go a long way to improving performance. The swagger, some would say, is overconfidence. That's where I'm getting into the next part. With that said, CIG is always, and I mean always, overambitious with their dates. They're always overambitious. And the reason why they'll say a date and they miss it is because what they're telling us often is the internal date. And generally speaking, the internal date was designed specifically to be aggressive in terms of their release. To try to make this goal, to try to put the feet to the fire kind of thing. Surprised I'm not getting into live build? This is office hours, Sergeant Lobster. We never do live on Thursdays. I'll do live on Saturday before Captain's Table. So I don't see Montreal bringing better timelines then. Let me continue on a little bit. There's a mixed bag here. All right, this is a mixed bag. Rocket Stone, brother. Yes. I'm confident this new swagger is a result of Benoit taking the new producer role and running with it. I wouldn't doubt it. Again, based off of what I've heard from the inner office discussions, and if anybody at CIG would like to confirm or deny what I just said, my DMs are open. Like, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I have no problem being wrong with these sorts of things. A lot of this stuff is guesswork. And it could have just been, the handful of employees I talked to who kind of did that. So I think we're going to have a weird situation where we will get 4.0 without 4.0. Because, quite frankly, 3.18 scared the shit out of them. Because 3.18 wasn't just a problem for development, it was a problem for sales. You know how I know that? Every single month up to the release of 3.18 was a record-breaking month. 3.18 releases, and the money goes right down the fucking toilet. Like, they had speed, they had ramp up, they were hitting that like
ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary.
Oh, fuck you, Soki. No, fuck off.
Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights?
No.
From breathtaking
No.
views, incredible dining,
No.
shopping, cruising,
No.
calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards, and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable.
God damn it. Momentum, yeah. They had the momentum, and they fucking hit an iceberg and sank. That's what it was. No, yeah, because 3.18 was hot garbage, and it was a Russian roulette game where either you got in and it was great, or you couldn't even log into the game. That's the new donation quote. That's the thing you're going to use for donating for anybody at Star Citizen. And I want this to be a thing now. That's the new culture. If you're going to donate money to a Star Citizen Twitch streamer that has text-to-speech on, you do the orison. Fucking that thing will haunt my dreams. But you know what I need? I need to do that as a redeemable audio for like 1 million pub coin. What I need to do is I need to get like a paid soundboard, like one of those things where you put bits in and it plays sounds, and that to be the one. Like if you're gonna torture me with that, you're gonna torture me with money. Was there the clarification on the tech preview before the end of the year? No, there was no clarification on that one, but they did say they will be using it. We'll use that one day on HC Vertigo. Yes, do that. Fuck off, Jabberwocky. Stop getting me off track. Okay.
I'm
going to continue going with this because this is a complicated thing. They had that momentum and it smashed and it died for 3.18. So, like, as a result, the preview channel is their attempt at mitigating that problem forevermore.
It was at this moment that he knew.
So instead of releasing it when it's done, they're going to finish it, release it in the preview channel, test it, drop it down, break it down, work on it, and then continue on. So they'll be testing it in pieces, put it together, test it all together. So you'll play the preview channel version of 4.0 before 4.0 is ever out. And then they'll put everything into an actual PTU and then have you play that. So, but yeah, and because they can't afford another 3.18. Like, I swear to God, CIG is at this point like to be a fly on the wall with 3.18 was discussed, because it's almost certainly like the entire company was like, yep, can't do that again. But they had a PTU version of 3.18. The difference is that 3.18 fundamentally didn't change the gameplay. It changed the back end. If you put the Pyro preview channel up for everybody, everyone would play it because it's new and shiny. They also spent a lot of money buying a piece of software which simulates load better than they've had before. And I mean, CIG themselves don't think that 4.0 is going to be nearly as bad as 3.18. They've said that for a long time, that they knew the 3.18 was going to be bad. They just didn't think it was going to be that bad. Basically, instead of rolling out everything at once, they're going to roll out things individually and test it at under load to see if it works. Now, all of that other stuff, I know a lot of people, it's like, that's a lot of ambitious. I'm like, yeah, some of that stuff might slip. But it's really important to like emphasize everything that Jared mentioned there. It's either been in development for this entire year and you just haven't seen it. If you follow what we do here at the AstroPub and watch me or listen to me talk about all of the different monthly reports, or if you follow the progress tracker or anything else in that matter, yeah, like you just look at that. Like, yeah, it like a lot of that stuff has already been worked on, like for almost a year, if not multiple. The other thing is, a lot of the stuff we saw at CitizenCon is done. The Mobiglass, done. Star Map, done. Master Modes, finished. New Quantum, done. New gunplay, done. New character creator, finished. In Squadron. Not in Star Citizen. And just going on out of a limb here, it's probably a lot easier to port it from Squadron than build it from scratch. So, like, and for those of you who've been following me for a long time know, when I say Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same thing, what I mean is they're the same thing. They're built off the same engine. They use the same technology. They use some of the same models, most of the same models. They use the same lighting. It's putting in features and assets from one to another. It's not no work. But it's definitely easier than you think. They're not even starting land claims and base building until January, February of next year. So, like, that's 24 months from there. Like, Master Modes is a lot of grunt work converting the ships, so yeah, that's not done. So, Agent Langdon, Master Modes, and I understand that. I understand that perspective, but they just pumped out Master Modes for the Super Hornet, the Vanguard, and the not the Cutter, the Buccaneer. So they have 3 new Master Modes in like a couple of months, and they're still testing it. It's on the experimental right now. Gladius has been around for a while, but they actually had those 3 pumped out for this patch. Which tells me that it's what we're seeing with Master Modes is not hand-tuned ship by ship. It's a systemic change. Like, it's part of the system. So you just take a ship and you switch it over to the new system, rather than being something that is you have to put on every single ship. Yeah, and those Master Modes are for each combat fighter archetype. That's sketch therapy. You know that's not how it works. It took CIG, what, 8 years to put in one system? It's not going to take them 8 years to put in Pyro. Pyro is going to be done I mean, it's practically already finished in terms of as a system, but like the system isn't done. Will be done by next year. The Nix will take less time. Every single time they do it, it's easier for the next one. I think match modes won't be in the PU for 2 to 3 years. I don't think so. I think that's pessimistic. I think that's the kind of pessimism that people have been saying, like that server meshing wasn't going to be in the game until 2027 or whatever. The groundwork is laid out, though. It's already out there. They're just testing the details for it. Epic, that's not how development works, my dude. 40 to 50% of Star Citizen's development was wasted on CryEngine and then Lumberyard before they finally just built their own. That's not how engine development works. Oh my god. I'm in pain. That's not how any of this works. CryEngine and Lumberyard is CryEngine. They're the same engines, just with more shit attacked onto it. And Star Engine is just Lumberyard and CryEngine with more shit tacked onto it. Like, from the word go, they've been modifying engines. Engines aren't like pull them off the shelf and throw them into a game. You have to like build them. No engine is stock. Yeah, Star Engine is CryEngine. Yeah, it also helps that they hired some of the original people who built the original CryEngine. Yeah, exactly. I'm losing more hair now. CryEngine lawsuits were based off of petty bullshit. They had nothing to do with anything that CryEngine was mad that CIG was poaching their employees, and they made up a reason to sue somebody. And then they got their ass kicked in court, so they had to settle out of court. Lumberyard and CryEngine are fucking the same engine. It took them apparently 3 weeks to make the swap. And then Lumberyard just kinda died. So they just kept developing what they were working on. Yeah, but it's not called Lumberyard anymore. It's called the Amazon open source engine or something like that. Basically, they abandoned development on Lumberyard, which is the reason why CIG is just like, cool, we can call it Star Engine finally now. The Slipspace engine is just an evolution. Let me use a better example that most gamers can understand. Gamebryo and the Creation engine are the same fucking thing, just with new shit added to it. And the Creation Engine 2.0, Creation Engine 2, which is the thing that Starfield, I think, yeah, Starfield is built off of, is like just an evolution of Creation Engine. And that's one of the reasons why people are mad at Bethesda, because they haven't abandoned their old engine and built one from scratch, because they're still just tacking shit onto a broken engine that they've never really bothered. But yeah, that's the other thing, ancient language. You don't throw away institutional knowledge of the old engine. Yeah. Hey, knowledge. The reality is that a lot of Star Citizen's development was focused on building the company. You're sitting in Phoenix. Who's jealous? What? I don't know how to explain that in a way that have a good night there, Outlaw. You're located in the city of Phoenix, Arizona. Are you there? You're hanging out there? Are you visiting for the holidays or something? You got to remember, Knowledge, I live in Texas. So Phoenix is like, okay, so it's just dry in terms of heat. Game development is, there's a term in software development called move fast and break things. It's critiqued because a lot of people like to take that idea and put it into real world where move fast and break things kills people or hurts people, whereas in game development or software development, it doesn't do that much. And that's kind of how you develop stuff. You have an idea, you work on it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You abandon it and move on to something else. But it's not really wasted development as much as you learned it didn't work and you learned what did work and you move from there. Work budget, Yuma. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying Phoenix a little bit. Rushing shit is in human nature. Yeah. I'm just pleased to move out of Indiana, birthplace of boredom and despair. My wife is born in Indiana. She hated it. Phoenix is huge. It's a massive. My favorite city in Arizona, though, is Flagstaff. Or is that New Mexico? It might be New Mexico. Yeah, because I don't think Arizona has mountains. It might. It's in Arizona. Okay, yeah, then Flagstaff. Because I love the mountains of Arizona. It's great. I mean, it's like the Rockies, but you know. Thank you, Jabberwocky. Like learn from your mistakes? Yeah. I mean, there's value in learning from failure. In fact, you know, I'm not the first person to say it. I'm sure this is me just paraphrasing an older phrase, but you learn more from failure than you do from success. We fetishize success so much to the point where people are afraid of failing, when the reality is that what people should be afraid of is not trying in the first place. Like at one point, I don't know if it's still the case, but something like 80% of all first businesses fail because nobody really knows what it's like to do something until you try it. And you can train forever, but until you actually experience what you're trying to do, you know, you won't quite understand. Success does teach you that you work, teach you what worked. Yeah, but it doesn't teach you what wouldn't have worked. And sometimes when you have success the first time you do something, it either gives you overconfidence or it sets you up so that when something does eventually go wrong, because it will, you don't know how to hotfix. You don't know how to pivot. Out of all the things Jared said would come in the first 6 months, what will sure to make it and what will fall short for sure? So I think most of what Jared said is reasonable, except for anything related to Pyro. I will say almost for sure we will get one distribution center, maybe 4. We may not have any gameplay with it, but we'll have some of it. I'm sure we'll get the persistent hangars, not personal hangars, persistent hangars, and cargo elevators. I'm sure we'll get the new UI and HUD. Master modes is a little tricky. We might get a basic version of master modes that's kind of like copy pasted for all of the ships. Like they'll get like 5 archetypes and just copy it over every single ship. So you know, they'll all be default. Like remember when they kind of defaulted all of the components? Hey, Drakey. Is Star Citizen a giant fail lesson? No, Star Citizen has successes. It's definitely a success financially. I do think that the one thing that Star Citizen has taught the gaming verse is don't do what Star Citizen's doing because you won't be able to make a game. Also, don't make a game like Star Citizen because it's not profitable. I don't think the star map is unreasonable. I think the star map will be added because all that the star map is an overhaul of the current star map with a new UI with like the Mobi-Glass. Really what you're looking at is the work you require to put in to redo the UI for the Mobi-Glass. That's all it is. You have to change the UI from the military Mobi-Glass to the current Mobi-Glass to a new Mobi-Glass for Star Citizen. Now, do I think it'll have waypoints? Probably not. Do I think it'll have the mini map mode? Maybe not. Like there are portions of that which don't have to make it in the first version, and then they'll add it as they go. I think a lot of what Jared said. Here, let's actually go back and actually watch because there's a lot of rapid fire.
Of 2024, starting with master modes, the new way to pilot and operate ships we've been discussing since CitizenCon 2952.
Basic version, copy pasted over all of the ships. That's going to be a super Gen 1 version. A lot of people are going to hate it because it's going to get rid of all nuance for flight. Okay? You got me so far?
Now, whether that's every ship or a staggered rollout of...
Okay, I'll wait for the commercials to finish. What I just said, we're going to go over each one of these things individually, and then we're going to talk about each one of them in terms of like what I think is going to happen. I do think we're going to have...
Groups of vehicles depends on how work progresses, but it's a major change to the way spaceships operate. Vehicles depends on too. Now, whether that's every ship or a staggered rollout of groups of vehicles depends on how work progresses, but it's a major change to the way spaceships operate.
Notice that with the caveat he just said. Almost certainly, I think it's going to be, but I do think it's going to be a complete rollout because that's what Yogi wants. And I think it's going to be basic. I think it's going to be, because they've already done this once with the components and the weapons, where they vanillaed them all. And then they went in and tuned them. So.
Operate in the persistent universe, and you can be sure that we'll update on it more when the time comes. And of course, when your ships aren't in flight.
Also note that doesn't mean we get this new HUD. That's true. We may not get the new HUD yet.
They can be stored in the newly persistent hangars that are arriving with freight elevators, freight kiosks, and the new cargo transaction system that we've shared on both ISC and this year's CitizenCon. Now, all combined, they form the next major evolution of cargo careers and will also have far-reaching, broader implications for the entire...
How do you balance some ships in master modes and not others? Categorization. So like a light interceptor, or I guess medium interceptor, which is what a Buccaneer is classified as now for some fucking reason. That's a 300. So all 300s are interceptors. The M50 is a light interceptor, which, you know, may or may not end up getting just Gladius stats slapped on top of it. Basically, anything that's a light fighter is going to get the Gladius stats slapped on them. Anything that's a medium interceptor or an interceptor will probably get the Buccaneer stats. Anything that's a heavy fighter will just get the Vanguard stats, and anything that's a medium fighter is going to get the Hornet stats. That covers like 100 ships right there. Because what's a light fighter? All starter ships. So like Auroras were going to have some nuts fucking tunage, or they'll have a starter ship stat that they'll slap on all a bunch of them. And then they'll have that alone covers, like I said, like 100 ships. And then you've got medium freighter, heavy freighter, super heavy freighter. Those will have their own stats. And that will probably be attached to all of the industrial ships. And then there'll be like larger combat ships like the Freelancer and stuff like that. They'll homogenize the crap out of it. So they'll end up with like 5 or 6 master modes that they'll just slap on every of them, and then they'll go back and tune them in later. So,
Star Citizen experience.
Are they still figuring out how to make this a more than one system game? No, they've already figured that out. It's just a matter of testing it.
And then outside of vehicles and hangars, there's also a variety of FPS combat improvements coming to the first half of 2024. With improvements to reloading, the weapon wear and misfire system, scopes and dynamic crosshairs and charge and drain, and even more we'll be able to show you once we return in the new year.
All of that's going to come in, because all of that is Squadron stuff. So all that stuff is stuff that they've had in Squadron for a while, and it's all connected to the new resource system, which is done.
And then outside of strictly FPS combat, there are new player character features coming, like the updates to the EVA system.
Still, they tested it first part of it earlier this month, and then they tested it internally a bit for there too as well. Avatar of Win, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome everybody. We're just waiting on the server meshing being fully tested.
A visor and lens system, loot screens, default item interactions, and the
this is probably
Weapons
this.
free, y'all.
And the loot screen. I think this, this thing, the loot screen, and a lot of those things, I don't think that's coming in 6 months. Because we haven't seen shit about most of this. Like, it's been, like, mentioned here and there, but it's never been fully in. So, it could be, but I think these are the easiest ones that'll get kicked.
personal interaction system, and there's even new shopping and mission apps in development now.
If it needs testing, it isn't figured out. It's figured out. It just hasn't been fully worked out yet. There's a difference. Like, you can put 4 wheels on a car and connect those four wheels to a drive shaft and put an engine on top of that to run that drive shaft. You've got a car. You just haven't figured out the body work yet, or the details when it comes to like which engine you're using or whatever. The basic problem seems to have been solved. It's now a matter of connecting that said thing to the rest of the game in a way that doesn't break the rest of the game.
And while we're talking about apps, the first half of 2024 is also currently scheduled to see the arrival of our new character customizer with things
This is coming in because it's already done. It's just they need a new HUD for it. That's it.
like tattoos, piercings, scars, and yes, Virginia, it's true, beards. And as for how many and of what kind, only Andre knows for sure, but you can bet we're gonna ask him sometime around March. And then, of course, if you're in-game, there's also a little thing called Mobiglass and an awfully big thing called Star Map.
I think those will probably make it in. Probably not in March, probably more like June, but yeah.
Both getting their big updates in the first half of next year. And have I mentioned those enormous distribution centers that'll be the new microcosm homes for every...
But if the body doesn't fit, you have to redesign the chassis. Yeah, but it's easier to do that than redesign an engine.
Gameplay and mission feature that exists in Star Citizen, as well as the 4, 5, 6, let's just say several new and updated vehicles that are making their way to the persistent universe in just the first 6 months of 2024? I did, just now. I can check those off.
Do I think they're going to have six vehicles? Yes. I mean, when you ask people what a car is, they'll tell you basically 4 wheels and an engine. There's not really anything that much different between, like, functionally between the fastest roadster on the planet and, you know, a shitbox. They're both cars, fundamentally. Whew. Are distribution centers just massive assets that are space stations on the ground that bring nothing else? No. In theory, they're supposed to be adding a bunch of new gameplay to them. So, like, they have this thing they're calling raids. There are raids that go on in the distribution centers. There are also missions that you deliver to or pick up from for them. And then there are also, wasn't there like 1 or 2 other things they showed off at CitizenCon for it? There's like jumping puzzles they want you to do on it. It's the new, it's not really the new stations. It's the new underground facilities, which is really literally what they're replacing. So.
Okay, so real talk. CIG hat back on. Now, you're probably looking at your screen and saying,
okay, I'm going to fast forward a little bit more from this one. But yeah, I think a lot of this is possible. I think the UI, I think it's possible, but basic. Like, I wouldn't sit here and go, the fully functional star map shit is going to function. There's no fucking way. If it is, fantastic, great. But, you know. It's Siege of Orsons, but scaled down. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say it's what the fuck is it called? Theaters of War, but scaled down. But yeah, that's literally Siege of Orsons, but scaled down. It's going to be an outpost, derelict, and bunker all in one. Yes, it's new unification, homogenization of stuff. Wouldn't cargo be a highlight of this? Cargo's in. Like the different cargo, sizes, that was in 3.21. The whole C's been out. So like they did a whole bunch of work on that. And 3.22, you can actually buy cargo containers of different sizes up to size 8 SCU on them. And there is a mission that that Elliot, who's been working on, who's one of the leaders for the mission team, specifically for cargo missions. So that's being actively developed and probably will come in there as well. So. For a distribution center, isn't loading a cargo for your ship the highlight of that? CIG's bad at naming, y'all. I don't know what to tell you. This is because like I don't think they've fully confirmed it, but the distribution center is just the new name for the underground facility. It's the same thing. They just renamed it. So like what we have now with UGFs, like the tiny bunkers, it's just that. But now outposts combined with it. That's all it is. Because they called it distribution center, but also talked about shit like distribution centers for the military. It's like, that's called the warehouse, CIG. Where you just keep military vehicles and equipment. Yeah, it's called a fucking warehouse, not a fucking distribution center. It's a bunker center, yeah. It's CIG doesn't know how to name things properly.
Saying to yourself, what about Pyro in 4.0? Well, don't fret. The things that we just covered are...
Seems boring? Yeah. CIG's bad at naming things.
Those that aren't too dependent on continuing foundational tech work like server meshing. So we feel pretty confident in targeting everything that we just shared for the first 6 months. But when it comes to something as enormous as the complete Pyro system in Alpha 4.0, well...
They should have just called it a star bunker. That would have been so much better.
That's where the new preview channel comes into play. Now that said, Alpha 4.0 is currently targeting a summer 2024 release, but
that's still a fucking mistake. I don't think we're seeing a 4.0 in summer 2024. If September is summer now.
that won't mean that you have to wait until then to play it or learn more about it. That's because in 2024,
for those who don't know what a preview channel is, it's basically a new version of PTU with extra steps. It's a timed PTU. You still have to download it. It's PTU Plus, yeah. It's PTU with smaller amounts of people. Well, PTU Plus, yeah.
we'll continue doing play tests like the one we just completed, and you'll be able to follow along with its development firsthand.
There's a huge difference between a warehouse and distribution center. I'm curious if CIG knows what they're doing by naming that. They have no idea what they're doing by naming that. Distribution center is just the catch-all term they're using for it. It's just a name. Again, CIG is bad at naming things. This is a known fact. It's a thing that people have criticized them for many, many years. Like the Rambler is a surprisingly good name for a ship. CIG is just they get stuck on this stupid naming convention and they don't know what to do. Like they would do well to just hire someone just to name things. I mean, just flipping through a thesaurus would help a little bit. They could have called them quantum facilities. Different loady thing button.
Hand on the preview channel.
Introducing the Atlas. Which one? Yeah.
That's the planets, moons, space stations, settlements, and outlaw lifestyle that comes within the Pyro system, but also an entire host of additional new features, content, and quality of life improvements like
he said a bunch of stuff, so I'm gonna go back there again.
moons, space stations, settlements, and outlaw lifestyle that comes within the Pyro system, but also an entire host of additional new features, content, and quality of life improvements like, fully functional jump points, the new quantum travel system, new vehicle HUD and MFD work.
None of that shit's going in 6 months. There's no way.
Resource management, hacking, and much.
Resource management, no. And hacking, no. None of that. None of the things he just said are coming in for 6 months. Quote me. Clip me. None of that stuff he just said. The new the new quantum travel, maybe jump points just because it'll be a preview channel test, but the new quantum, and they all may be in like a preview channel test, but not in live. We're definitely not getting fucking hacking. We're definitely not getting new resource management stuff outside of, again, preview channels, which is, again, a preview channel is like 2 weeks of testing for limited scope that the majority of players won't even fucking be able to play. What about the next 12 months? Maybe. The problem about like hacking specifically is we've seen zero evidence of any hacking gameplay. They did a couple of idea floats that they did that everyone hated, and then they've talked about it, but they haven't done shit there. So yeah, I mean, people in chat are talking about how they're buying the Rambler just because of the name. I'm like, that's how starved Star Citizen players are for like decent creativity when it comes to naming. Hacking with Gulf Swing minigame, effectively. They needed hacking for Squadron 42. There's been no evidence of them even working on hacking in Squadron 42. Like, it's not one of those features that they were working specifically on in the Squadron 42 team. I didn't see it in any of the monthly reports. I didn't see it in the progress tracker. Like, hacking has gone fucking radio goddamn silent for 2-3 years. Hey, that's pretty cool. Geminid meteor showers happening right now in North America. I live too much light pollution. Otherwise, I mean, define 6 months. 6 months from right now, from today. 6 months from December 14th, 2023. So just, this isn't directly it, but let me put it up there. June 14th, 2023. Friday, June 14th, 2023. None of those aspects will be outside of preview channel. No, they talked about the hacking. They didn't actually do it.
Much more, all being worked on in tandem. The preview channel.
Oh, what's the Rambler? The Rambler is the new version of the cutter. It is the superior cutter. It is a Winnebago. It's a camper van. It only has 2 SCU of cargo, and it has a big, nice living space and an extended fuel tank. You're welcome.
Let you and us test 4.0 together while maintaining the stability of the persistent universe with all those other great additions we just discussed. And then, in the summer of 2024, 2 become 1, and we can avoid that thing that didn't quite go the way that we'd hoped.
The holiday
318. Also the holiday live stream.
live stream?
And then, just because we're cheeky, there are still some things better left for you to discover on your own. And don't forget, we haven't even talked about the back half of the year yet.
So, a Spaceballs cutter, yes. Yes, 3.22 is now live. Well, we know that. That's part of what we're talking about with the cutter and stuff like that. My point is saying that the player will never hack. It happens off screen, possibly. Yeah, in terms of Squadron 42. So, this is me getting all animated and shouty to basically say, I think CIG may hit minimum viable for most of the stuff he said before he talked about 4.0. And then once he hit 4.0 and said it's scheduled for summer 2024, my first thought is that's never fucking making it to summer 2024. And anybody who thinks it's going to make it to summer 2024, please don't. Please stop. Like, just take a deep breath and just say, no, it's not coming in summer 2024. Forget he even said that, because if you get yourself hopes up for that, you're going to get disappointed. That's just how, I mean, that's just how fucking games work, let alone CIG these days, but that's how CIG works.
All in all, 2024 is shaping. I'd like to indulge myself, switch out my CIG cap, and put my backer hat on.
That's a Big Benny's hat, by the way. Yep, that is the actual truth of the next 6 months of development. That is what every backer should expect in the next 6 months of development. Just that. Head shake included. I forget what CIG said that. Have you not been following the community the last 8 years? What do you mean 8 years? 12 years, you mean? Yes, I have been. And I know that what I just said doesn't matter. I know someone's already on Reddit saying 4.0 is coming out in 2020, in the summer of 2024. I'm sure people have already just carved it into stone on their promise wall. And are ready, you know, there's a bunch of people who've clipped that and are just going, yes, I can't wait to use this in my clip compilation of how CIG lies to you. Did you think new teams were switching over from Squad 42 servers won't contribute to the release dates being sooner? It will. But there's other factors to play. One is integration. Bringing those team members into Star Citizen from working on Squadron, they're going to have to reintegrate with the team members who've already been working on Star Citizen. And in many cases, many of those people may be new hires, either from Squadron or Star Citizen, so they have to kind of reevaluate how that works. They have to change their meeting times. They have to change where like what they're supposed to be doing. Their schedule is going to change a little bit, like when they're working, because they may not have desk space for it, or so there's going to be some adjustment time in that process. Now, some of that has already been happening, but and it may be faster in some teams than others, because a lot of them may have been doing both work for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen at the same time, so they have that communication. But that's not always the case. A lot of people forget the people factor when it comes to just doing anything. You know, one of the things I like to talk about is my job is a teacher. That's my day job. I teach high school, secondary school for those of you not in the United States. Grades 9 through 12. And on paper, my job is to make lesson plans, to help kids learn, help students learn, and ensure they've learned that content. That's my job. But in reality, my job is to be a parent, a guardian, a mentor, a therapist, a social worker, and a whole host of other things, because of paperwork, because of scheduling, and just because a lot of what I have to do before I can even teach stuff that students should learn is establish trust and rapport with students, getting those students into a regimen, a routine, so they know the patterns that they're supposed to be in, because people work better in patterns. And once they do that, it's a matter of keeping them on task and ensuring that they understand the content, and then going back and reworking with them if they fail, and often they do fail. So while on paper, again, my job is 3 simple things, in reality, it's a whole host of other things that you have to get into taken care of. And that's the same thing with any job I've ever worked at. On paper is never the job you actually do. It also includes so many more things that you have never been prepared for to do. And when you have to switch from one job to another, if I went from teaching social studies to teaching chemistry, my entire what I do will have to change as well, because teaching chemistry is not the same thing as teaching social studies. I know, I've taught chemistry in the past. They were desperate and I needed a job. So like that sort of thing, you know, bouncer, yeah. Have you been a parent to parents as a teacher? I have at times, yes. Other duties assigned. Thank you, Nova. So you know what I'm talking about. I was young when I did that. That was my first ever paid teaching job outside of substituting. Was a chemistry teacher. As a chemist, I did okay. Mostly. I worked as bouncer years ago. Then you know how hard that is. I was just talking about bouncer. The bouncer is being part of like a teacher's job, which it is often. You know how many times I've had to like get kids to leave a classroom or not come into a classroom they're not supposed to. One of the funniest, shittiest jobs I had. That sounds like me working at GameStop. Nothing blew up, no. If you had one thing to say about growing up during your 20s, what would you say? Because I'm 36, so I'm only like 6 years out of my 20s. Personally, one thing to say about growing up during your 20s? Or what do you mean by that? You're my bro. Like, it's a really weird question. Like advice growing up in the 20s? Oh, the lessons I got from it. You're never too young to do old things, and you're never too old to do young things. But yeah, one of the biggest things lessons I learned in 20s is the value of a budget. Making a budget and sticking to it is very difficult. And while it would take you a while to save up money for, say, a home, you'd be surprised how quickly you can get out of debt if you budget properly. Ah, Mr. Wizard. I know that guy, yeah. But the same thing, like, in your 20s, you can still do stuff that you wanted to do when you were a teen. You know, in my 20s is when I learned to go back to playing video games more frequently. I dropped out of a lot of doing that when I got out of college. And in like when I was like 25 is when I started getting back into video games again. I got back into anime, watching anime in my 20s, you know. I hadn't done that since I was a teenager. But at the same time, when you're young, you're like, oh, I want to do young things. But don't be afraid. If you fall in love with somebody and you want to go out and you're serious, you want to get married to them, go do that. Obviously, prepare yourself, but don't be afraid of like, oh, well, I'm in my 20s. I need to go out and be wild and sow my oats. You don't have to. There's no reason to do that unless you want to. And then when I hit 30, I realized none of it fucking matters. It's all bullshit, and you can just do whatever the fuck you want as long as you don't get caught. Not to that degree, but like my 20s is when I realized that adults have no fucking idea what's going on, and they just pretend they do. I like the Dr. Stone. It's pretty good. Oh, shh. In your 30s, you wish you didn't waste time working and just traveled the world via couch surfing or sail the world. You never got the rest. You got the rest of your life to work forever. I think there's a balance between those two. There's plenty of people who will do that when they're in their 50s. I'll follow your advice and go watch Kung Fu Panda 4. Is there a Kung Fu Panda 4? If there is, go. Do it. I also think like I've felt more alive in my 30s than I did in my 20s. My 20s, a lot of it was survival. Was like, I need a fucking job. I need to pay for my rent. You know, like there wasn't a lot of stuff. Now that, you know, I'm 36, I'm married, I have a house and a mortgage. I have more money. I don't have a kid yet. I probably will in the next couple of years, but like I have more money that I can use for things I want to do. I have more time to do what I want to do. I'm investing in my future more. I just feel like I can do more things. 20s are the years you're supposed to be bumming it on the couch and sailing around the world, but, you know, no one has the fucking money to do that. It's fucking dangerous to do a lot of that shit. You want to do that? Go join the military. Since knowledge is here, just go join the Marines. You can bum around into dangerous places and get government to pay you for where you go, and then break your back. So when you retire, you can't get medical benefits. And CDAD is here too. So yeah, or join the army. Same thing, but with slightly more budgets. Yeah, I graduated in 2008 housing crisis, Feathers. So that was fun. There was literally no teacher jobs when I graduated, so I had to work as a security guard for about a year before I got my first teaching job as a substitute. Yeah, gotta have a bullet in your spine. Not not fun. Let me tell you. I can imagine. But I also think that's it really depends on your person, personality. Some people are built to go around the world and see new exotic sights and such like that. And other people, they just want to hang out in the computer or read a book. It's fine. I swear to God, you're me for real, for real. Went to college to engineer software. Now I sell wine. I had a friend, a family friend, who went to school to be a physicist. Had a PhD in physics. They're carpenters. I love seeing the world. It made me think totally different. So did being military 20 years. You can imagine that. I highly recommend Navy for those who want to see the world. I've been all over. Trades are secret money makers of trades are the secret money makers of our economy. Trades? Oh yeah, no, like trade, yeah, like carpenters and stuff like that, yeah. My friends were all dying to go to jail, so I had to either join a gang, become a cop, or become a soldier. I picked soldier. Yeah, that tracks too. Trade jobs, yeah, I get that too. Hey, I mean, being a teacher is a fucking trade. Swear to God. Whenever I hear people be like, the teachers will be replaced by AI, I fucking laughed. I've audibly laughed in the face of the first person who told me that. Because I'm like, good fucking luck. ChatGPT ain't taking my fucking job anytime soon. The amount of fucking work I have to do just to keep, just to maintain kids' sanity. Teachers are public service, and you should get the respect like a doctor. Teachers, so I'll tell you a little secret. And if there's any teachers or people who've went through education, will probably back me up on this one because this is something we've heard a lot. When you go into teaching, the one thing that you learn in teacher school, in education, when you go into the education process, is that they like to drill it in your head. We are a profession. We are professionals. And as a result, we are held to the standards of professionals. So we're expected to have college degrees. We're supposed to be experts in our field. We're expected to dress appropriately for our jobs. And it's one of the things that, I mean, yes, I'm wearing a suit and tie every stream, and I don't do that for work, obviously, but I still dress nicely for work. It's one of those things that really does bother me by a lot of teaching in some places in the United States and in the world, where teachers will kind of wear very casual attire, even professors, and I feel like it's not like me going like, oh, well, like old stuffy Buffy about wearing nice clothing. I'm not telling everyone to wear suits, but I'm like, don't pull some ratty jeans out of your closet and a t-shirt. Like that's self-respectful. There's something about the mentality of somebody who's an educator, in terms of like dealing with students, who when you choose to wear like a collared shirt to school. Like, I don't care what gender you are, wearing a collared shirt just alone and like a nice pair of slacks or some sort of like more formal pants does a lot of the mentality of somebody. No, not the end. I'm just ranting right now. I'm gonna go use the restroom. We'll come back and we're gonna do for a lore dive. So, and a monocle. God damn it. Yeah, business casual is fine. as long as it's business, because you're a professional, you know? I actually experienced that in the hospital ICU as a customer. Surgeon was in sweats, and I thought we were talking to a case manager or something. Yeah. What lore? Brother, you don't know that I cover a lot of Star Citizen lore? Star Citizen has deep, expansive lore. CIG is just bad at putting it in the game. Oh, what bit of lore? Okay, so CIG decided to update a fuck ton of the Galactopedia and not tell anybody. So we're going to go through a lot of that. Like Vega got a huge update. The UEE Army, Navy, Marines, and Advocacy got updates. So. They're bad at putting it anywhere, to be honest. They've been like 5,000 Galactopedia updates today, but every article is still the length of a tweet. Yeah, generally speaking. Star Citizen had lore before it even had a hangar to walk in. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about lore because there's a huge update for it, so I want to kind of go through it with y'all. And for those of you who want to go for more in-depth lore, tomorrow at about 4 p.m. Eastern, I will be live. No, 3 p.m. Eastern. I will be live on the Astro Historian channel, where I'll be talking about doing lore Q&A. So for Star Citizen. So if you want that kind of stuff more directly, do that. We'll be hanging out for like an hour or two. I'll be right back using the restroom. When I come back, you all will have you all will get over that. Thank you for watching.
Good news,
Weapons
everyone.
free, y'all.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Hello. I like money.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Good news, everyone.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Cajitas wares, if you have coin.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession. Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm going to give you a little bit longer. Go crazy. Victoria, how you doing, buddy? So that was an interesting diversion. You know, I'll tell you another secret that a lot of people don't realize, and I think a lot of my fellow teachers often don't realize, which is that a lot of what we would consider classroom management, a lot of my classroom management comes from just respecting the students. Like, if you treat students the way they want to be treated, like an adult, or like people who have their own like ability to control their own themselves, and acknowledge that and not punish them for everything they do, but rather use everything they do, if it's a mistake, as a learning tool, as a means to just try to learn what should be done and what shouldn't be done. You get a lot more mileage out of students. Students will do a lot more work for you that way. You need a pipe? And a smoking jacket. Hold on. No, I don't have that. I do have this, though. Are you about to be swooned? Are you not already swooned? Get in the holiday spirit. For many of you all don't know, there is actually a emote that I have called Pub Pipe. If you did Pub Pipe in chat, there we go. That's where this comes from. I feel like you're a wrinkled mustache and a monocle away from saying gentleman. You mean like this?
Gentleman.
Like that? Gentleman. Yeah, those help. It helps. A teacher has to care what they're teaching. But a lot of people will treat students like children. It's a bubble pipe. It's just nasty when they put bubbles in it. All right, so let's start. I'm going to go through and start pulling up all of these updates. Jeez, they even updated the Javelin. Hello! We get raided by... Becky on Blast. Welcome, Becky. Welcome to the lore stream. Sit down by the fire and listen to some stories of Star Citizen. Good evening, Professor. Yes. I'm trying to pull up everything here. Stuff. Yeah, so we just got some stuff. You look so confused. I was confused at first because I was like, I didn't know what to do. I don't usually have the Hefner robe on when I do this.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Okay, I'll put on the hat instead.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
The Pimpness just resubscribed for 12 months. Zombie 36 Jam, Zombie 36 Jam, Zombie 36 Jam, Zombie 36 Jam.
Thank you so much for that 12 months of support there. That year of support, Pimpness. You're very important, pupper. Very impressive, pisser. Very neat, pedestrian. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. If you only knew. If I only knew what. If I knew what, Town Scott. All right. All right, let's go through some of this. Oop, nope, that's not what I wanted. Jesus Christ, they updated everything. Okay, this is going to be a lot of tabs, chat, so I apologize ahead of time. You gave up after bullet point 2? I might. All right, so the first big thing that they updated was the Vega system. Now, this is its first time, I think it's been officially discovered in 2402. I think it may have been mentioned this before. The big thing that was changed here was its discovery. I don't remember doing this because I actually... 2402 puts it at the age at the second or third complete history of Star Citizen lore series. So it was at the time period when I was actively looking for this lore and I couldn't find it. And I did scour Galactopedia and stuff. So I think this is new that was added. I could be wrong. Vega was discovered. during the human colonial expansion era in 2380 to 2530, thanks to the United Nations of Earth Eastern Expansion Program, which is the progenitor to Project Farstar. On it was specifically designed to try to find a new route to the Banu, because at that point we had discovered the Banu, I think, before then, around then, and then we were trying to find more. I may be kind of off on that one. On the 2nd of June, 2402, surveyor Barbara Nagasaki found an anomaly in the Oberon system that suggested the presence of a jump point, usually a gravitational anomaly. After conferring with her son Marcus and her sister Vicky, who had accompanied her on the mission, the family decided to bring the ship closer to the anomaly to scan for its signature. Moments after they launched the scan, they accidentally triggered the jump, and the ship was pulled into interspace. Thanks to Marcus's experience in navigation and Vicky's quick plotting reflexes, they regained control of the ship and it safely guided it to a new planetary system. Once the Nagasakis completed a survey of the new system, they safely traveled through the jump point a second time, adjourning to Earth, Sol 3, and reported the findings to the UEEP, UN Eastern Expansion Program, United Nations of Earth Eastern Expansion Program. There we go. Yeah. The UNEEP. Why is that so fucking funny? UNEEP. Is this a cartoon where they found a spider? We're the Knights of Eep. Hello. Welcome. Sit down by the fire and listen to Lore Daddy Paul Shelley tell you stories about lore. How you doing there, Zero? Welcome, everybody. I need a fireplace for background or just a ship on fire. That ship on fire of that image of the ship on fire from the Star Engine demo. Funny, I busted this out before we started getting raids, and now it's just too funny to put away. We can get you a burning shipwreck. So we're going through. So CIG did a bunch of stealth updates to the lore. So a bunch of lore stuff. They basically did the equivalent of a full Galactopedia update and didn't tell anybody. So one of the things that we were talking about here was the discovery of the Vega system. And also that's a hell of a jump, because like Vega is, you go to Vega to Oberon, and then Oberon to Null, and then Null to Croshaw, and then Croshaw to Sol. So that's like 4 jumps to get back to Earth. That's a hell of a journey. I mean, it makes you a lot of fucking money, but you know, it's a hell of a journey. To get back to the UNE. All right, so some of this may also be new as well. Located in the Green Band, the planets of Vega 2 and 3 are lightly terraformed and open for settlement in 2409. The population rapidly increased after 2412 when Elaine Victus found the Virgil Vega jump point to the Vega system. Fuck you, Elaine Victus. God damn. That's bad. That was bad timing. This kicked off the Project Farstar in 2412 to 2681, a program that provided funding for nav jumpers and terraforming companies in an effort to expand the borders of the UNE outwards from Virgil system, which is, funny enough, one of the reasons why Pyro got so much attention, because Pyro could tap into Project Farstar equipment funding to help them terraform Pyrotechnic to terraform Pyro. So government is management, is what I'm trying to say. It's the reason why Pyro is the way it is. As expansion continued, Vega became crossroads between such systems as Orion, Tyber, Bremen, and Terra. It is kind of a whole kind of stuff. Thank you for them biddies. UNE. I didn't saying the thing. Which vehicle looks most like a Yule log? Might be Cuddy Black. The cutter looks like a Yule log. Vega 2 was largely settled by the military, while Vega 3 rose as a center of commerce and culture, receiving the recognition by the UEE Senate as Selene in 2573. It seemed that the Vega system was well on the way to becoming one of the most influential in the UEE. However, in 2712, that shifted because the Orion system, only 3 jumps away from Vega, was suddenly and unexpectedly lost to the Vandul. Population growth stalled, sprawling construction projects built ahead of projected population increase were abandoned, and the economy teetered in a recession. In 2736 and 2737, Selene's situation became even more dire when the Vandul wrenched the Tyber and Virgil systems from the grasp of the UEE, putting Vega directly on the border with Vandul territory. Refugees from Virgil chose to settle on Vega 2 instead of Selene, also known as Aramis, due to its strong military presence. Experts believe that Vega would be the Vandals' next target, which of course it is. Once one of the fastest growing systems in the UEE, Vega's population growth entered the negatives. It's basically a system made out of refugees. Virgil Ltd, for instance, headquartered out of Vega. Castak Arms, headquartered out of Vega. Castak is named after one of the major cities that fell, and Virgil Ltd is made out of literally Virgil refugees. This is just a brief lore fact, but one of those things when the game becomes more developed. If you find out that an NPC is descended from a refugee of Virgil, don't piss them off. Like, whatever you do, do not piss them off. Because if CIG continues the characterization that they do, they hold fucking grudges for generations. They will hunt your offspring down and murder them in their beds. They will invent new and inventive ways to commit genocide of your next of kin. They are fucking scary. To give you context, Virgil fell, a bunch of people fled and went to Vega, and so they decided to build mechs. They got so pissed off, they wanted to build robotic versions of the Vandul to go punch a Vandul in the face. Let's put this. Refugees from Virgil chose to resettle in Vega 2 instead of Selene due to development. Yeah. In the mid-2800s, Vega 2 broke this pattern. Initially drawn by the cheap and available real estate, people from outside the system began to purchase homes and settle there, including a contingent of Tavaran who lived there. Then in 2884, the Vandul invaded the Caliban system instead of moving on Vega as predicted. The prevailing sense of danger in the system eased, especially on Vega 2, under the direct protection of the military. By the early 2940s, it became more populous and prosperous than Selene, and the planet made a bid for the UEE Senate recognition. The feared Vandal invasion finally arrived in 2945, when a large clan, accompanied by a rarely sighted kingship, entered the system and launched an attack on Vega 2. The UEE Navy's Second Fleet, commanded by Admiral Ernst Bishop, I think this is new too, had been tracking the scouts of this clan and was in the area when the attack launched. After a lengthy battle, the vastly outnumbered UEEN forces managed to destroy the kingship and drive the Vandul out of the system. The effects on Vega 2 were devastating. Entire cities were wiped out, and the death toll was in the millions. In the aftermath of the attack, Imperator Costigan, the UEE Senate officially recognized Vega 2 as Aramis, and Edward Emil as its first senator. Buildings damaged in the Battle of Vega 2 have since been restored and replaced. Squadron 42 spoilers? Not really. Like, we've known the outcome of the Battle of Vega for 10 years, or since like the year of its announcement, of Squadron 42's announcement. Or they could have voted for Senator Armin Strong, once and future senator. The people of Virgil sound like a fun time. Yeah, they are very fun. Yeah, spoilers, you will win the game. I mean, also spoilers based off of this, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Yeah, you stopped the Vandal attack. But did you? Sort of, Andrew. The game, as we could see in the Squadron 42 video that we saw, starts with the attack on Vega 2. So, like, what I just described in here, this whole thing right here, this is the beginning of Squadron 42. But it doesn't tell you much when it says that millions were that toll was in the millions. Just because you know you win the battle doesn't tell you if anyone fucking survives. I mean, no one was able to destroy a kingship until Bishop, and I have my ideas of how that kingship actually was destroyed. I got ideas. I have suspicions. I mean, we've seen images of the aftermath of the attack on Aramis, like. There's an entire city that's just gone. It's just a fucking craters. That's all it is. Attack and Banu are completely other sides, so. If they make the second game, I hope it's not called Squadron 42 2. CIG's bad at naming. That might actually happen. Is the valiant actions of one unnamed pilot possibly from Squadron 42? All I'm going to say is, if at the start of the game you're not a pilot and you applied for the flight academy, and then suddenly after the battle you're a pilot because you went to the pilot academy, something must have fucking happened. Hey, Arthur. If we crash our javelin into the kingship to kill it, if I don't have the ability to go from hell's heart, I stab at thee, then the worst game. Fucking 0 out of 10. Impossible to play. If I have an option to ram a giant capital ship into another capital ship, and I can't quote Khan, it's a fucking mistake. Today is a good day to die. No, hello boys, I'm back. I need one of those, or all of them. You would be a legend for penetrating a kingship without lube. I just can imagine the unfair shouts from the Vandal. That's not fair. That's what we do. You're not supposed to ram us back. The city on the planet discovered by Nagasaki got wiped off the map. Yeah, I know. CIG's really fucking subtle about that. Someone had fun. I don't know who it was who had fun, but somebody had fun. Oh yeah, the system that you play and you get absolutely fucking annihilated by an alien force is the people who discovered that system were called Nagasaki. Like, come on, CIG, come on. Subtle is not in their vocabulary sometimes. What are you doing, UEE-san? All right, culture. Vega is known throughout the UEE for its food. Selene's low cost of living and available land supports an urban farming movement in most of the planet's cities. In Titus, the planet's most populous city, there's a rising number of farm-to-table restaurants supported by city-grown fruits and vegetables. The nature of the food service served changed depending on the time of the year and what can be grown in each locale. That's very, that's common for a lot of places in the world, just not in the United States. On Aramis, the food culture is centered around molecular gastronomy. Elaborate meals based on experimental techniques are common in New Corvo. New Corvo is the city that we see in the Squadron 42 trailers. That's just wrecked. Because it's located on the border of Vandal territory, the threat of Vandal invasion never fully leaves the consciousness of the people of Vega. Absurdist art, reflective of existential dread and the folly of war, is popular on Selene. There's also an artistic movement towards returning to nature. Bizarre pieces that express irrationality and degradation of form can be found in local galleries, as easily as a sculpture made entirely from reclaimed or organic materials. Aramis, home to many descendants of refugees from Orion, Tyber, Caliban, and Virgil, offers a contrasting picture. The art there is decadent, sensuous, and experimental. That's not foreshadowing, it's five shadowing. All right, so that's the new Vega system stuff, which is pretty cool. Vandal are hostile species. This is also apparently updated. Maybe they added the hashtag to this, maybe because I see excitant civilizations. Hostile beings capable of spaceflight and quantum travel and jump point navigation. Humans first made contact with the Vandal after a clan raided Del Township on Armitage, Orion 3, in standard Earth year 2681. Killing the settlers, but all settlers but one. Every subsequent encounter with the Vandal has resulted in mass deaths. The location of their homeworld is unknown. As a culture, Vandals seem to lack central government or command structure. Each clan operates as a self-governing entity. All attempts to establish diplomatic connections between humans and Vandal have failed. And they're not really clans in the kind of anthropological sense. It's just the name they use. UEE. This is also apparently updated. United Empire of Earth is the name of the current human government body, which is led the democratically elected imperator and a tribunal of High Advocate, High Secretary, and High Command. And a legislative body, UEE, Senate, composed of the elected representatives from human-controlled planets. The UEE was formed after the conclusion of the First Avaran War in the 26th century. The then High General Ivar Messer, as people keep complaining about it, claimed the tribunal system and Senate were rendered ineffective by bureaucracy and introduced the concept of the prime citizen, a singular figurehead of the government to unclog the perceived governmental quagmire. Once elected, he stripped the United Planets of Earth, High Secretary and High Advocate of their office, and utilized the power of the military to declare himself imperator for life. Descendants of the Messer reigned as dictators for centuries, modifying and corrupting the government system to further ensconce their power. In Standard Earth year 2792, they probably SEY is what they're probably adding for this, so that they can differentiate it from the Xi'an calendar. They were ousted from power in popular uprising, which instead instated the current democratic government structure. Yeah, because all these have SEY in it. That's really the things they added. So it's not a lot of new stuff, but the messy era. But it's also fun to go through this. The United Empire of Earth Marines, UEEM, are the infantry branch of the UEE Armed Services. It specializes in planetary invasion and special operations, along with support of land and space operations. Once a division of the UEE Army, they were granted their own branch in Standard Earth Year 2560. Their head, the Legatus Marinum, is one of 3 military representatives who make up the position of High Command. They're headquartered on Corin, Killian 6, or 9? Yeah, Killian 9, aka fucking Frozen Hell. The Marines don't offer open recruitment. Instead, they cherry-pick potential candidates from other branches of the military, and even sometimes the advocacy. UEE Army. United Empire of Earth Army, UEA, is a branch of the UE military responsible for land-based military operations. Headquartered on Earth, Sol 3, it was founded alongside the UE Navy, UEN, in Standard Earth Year 2380, as part of the creation of the United Nations of Earth, or UNE. The Army is represented by the Legatus Exercitus, one of the 3 members of the High Command responsible for interpreting and facilitating the Imperator's orders. The Advocacy. The Advocacy is an inter-system police force formed in Standard Earth Year 2523, serving the United Empire of Earth. The director of the Advocacy reports to the High Advocate and oversees all law enforcement throughout the UEE. While local systems and planets do have their own police and security, the Advocacy supersedes their authority, and its agents are authorized to exercise more power in pursuit of crimes across systems. I've heard a lot of people say that the Advocacy seems to be like Judge Dredd, and it's actually less, I would say less Judge Dredd and more Wild West Marshal. It's kind of the whole things. Yeah, like U.S. Marshals. That was always the intent, based off of what I've heard in interviews and stuff like that. But because they say they have the authorization to kill whenever they want to, a lot of people said, oh, like Judge Dredd. It's like, that's not really inspiration. It's more Wild West. Don't say that, Iris. Don't talk about the possibility of a UEE Marines game. You'll get Tree 0311 to show up and talk about the 6th Platoon again. Starburst Collective is a human S-pop band based out of Saisei. So S-pop is Star Citizen's version of J-pop. The Saisei is Star Citizen's version of Space Japan. It's kind of a combination of like Japan and Korea, but mostly Japan. American law enforcement is weird, just saying. We are weird. Because we have a federal law, we have local. You want to get even weirder in American law enforcement? We'll have city law enforcement, and then on top of the city law enforcement, we'll have county law enforcement, which is usually a county sheriff, and then we'll have state law enforcement, which could be state troopers, state bureau of investigations, or like Texas, we have the Rangers. And then on top of that, you have federal law enforcement, which could be the marshals, it could be the FBI, it could be not the CIA. They're not domestic, technically not domestic. It's the NSA, the ATF, any DHS, DEA, yeah. Pan Asia, kind of. It's not really. There's not really a lot of Chinese influence in Saisei, but it's definitely more of have you been touched by Japan in possibly disastrous ways? Then you're probably represented in Saisei. Yeah, then there's the Treasury, which includes the Secret Service. Yeah. The Galactica has become a lot more important now that it's in game in Squadron 42 and soon Star Citizen. Yeah, I mean it's hopefully going to start bringing the lore more, at least a little bit, into the game. The Boy Scouts, they're not really a law enforcement company, but yeah. The group was composed of guitar player Haruhiko Madia, synthesizer player, keyboardist Zen Shiragawa, drummer, violinist, and vocalist Aya Saito, and the bassist and vocalist Maya Watanabe. Mostly S-pop, Starburst Collective also incorporates indie rock, electronic dance, and experimental pop. The traditional human folk in their sound. Their second album, The Sun, the Stars, and ... has consistently been among the best albums of the 30th century in the wide variety of music publications. Their third album, The Stars Are Mine, was ranked third in the New United's top 100 albums of Standard Earth Year 2943. So, and fun fact, S-pop uses, oh, wow, this is actually pretty in-depth. I don't think we've actually seen the full thing. The early tradition of Saisei music evolved in the 25th century when the Saisei was first established and built up as a colony world. The form owes significant amount to slow, methodical process involved in planning and constructing the Saisei colony. While typical colonies grow in fits as interested in particular exports drive commerce and immigration, Saisei was instead built on deliberately according to a long-term plan.
Take away my space game.
Puppy_1775 just resubscribed for 12 months.
Thanks for that year of support there, Pappy. You were a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You had to see the hat again? The hat's been on for this entire time. Thank you. Yeah, so Saisei has been planned. It was planned, very deliberately planned when it was first created. Lacking the booms and busts of traditional early colonial development that leaves newly settled worlds more closely tied to a home culture, Saisei developed its own disparate takes on a variety of human art forms. During the initial settlement period, luxury imports from Seoul were extremely limited. As a result, traditional human instruments were uncommon beyond those carried as part of the first wave's personal preference kits. Colonists turned to local materials to develop their own offshoots. Trees seeded during early terraforming process produced softer wood than traditionally used to create string instruments. This limitation ultimately gave rise to the Saisei-made softwood guitar, or S-guitar, which produces a mellower, more resonant sound than Earth-made equivalent. Now, I talked with somebody about this at some point, and who's more musically inclined. The softwood guitars, and the thing that one of the things that's very common in Star Citizen is gigantism. So a lot of plants, which are, especially trees, which are seeded on colony worlds, grow exceptionally larger than they should on Earth. So while softwood is usually very small, it could be that these trees are fucking gigantic on Saisei.
But you can never, ever,
yeah, it is.
take away my space game.
They're not defeated by F-pop. They're defeated by the power of friendship.
Capybra_ has subscribed.
Thank you so much, Capybara, for that Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Harmony Gold. You mean the Antichrist. So, like, cause someone mentioned that soft guitars are very expensive or very difficult to make, and it just may be because they're usually smaller. But what? It's the Antichrist. Fuck Harmony Gold. Whenever it's bringing it up, you have to like you spit when you hear like a demon's name. That's the response. It brings it up. You have to say "fuck Harmony Gold." When everyone says it, you have to say that. That's the only way that you ward off the demon. Sounds like Soho, New York. It might be. Saisei musicians soon began experimenting with natural sounds. By the middle of the 27th century, the typical Saisei arrangement might include several dozen different natural samples, often arrayed so elaborately that their source could not be externally determined. For roughly 400 years, Saisei's traditional music was not widespread beyond the Centauri system. That changed in 2932 when Saisei-based band The Claw. Hey, Arthur, thank you so much for that $50. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's nuts. Thank you, my man. Woof. On YouTube. Woof. If I had money, this is one of those things I said. If I had money, and I mean like money, I'd buy Harmony Gold. Just so I could just destroy it by my hands. So I could go to each individual employee and be like, you're fucking fired.
Hey, a tip. Artua super chatted $49.99. Cheers, beer mugs poll. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Arthur. That's nuts, bud. That's $50 is a lot of money. Thank you. Maybe not the individual employees are bad.
Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking views, incredible dining, to unmatched shopping, Crusader is calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards, and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable.
Oh, fuck. I had to take it off. It was too hot. All right. So I said, man, the Claw. Thank you for that. Them biddies, though, Iris. The Claw appeared on Terra, Show Me the Music, a popular Spectrum-based showcase for aspiring bands. Thank you for them biddies, Kelsar Prime. How you doing, Kelsar? Instead of performing the original song, the Claw chose to perform a Saisei-styled interpretation of Clover's Moonlight. And then at the height of its popularity, the group used a traditional S guitar and an array of cultivated aquatic insect sounds to give the song what a series host determined an eerie, still movement. The performance was accompanied by a holographic light show based on in traditional Saisei culture. In under 2 weeks, the Claw had...
Cheer 500 ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Crusader is calling.
Stop it.
Luxurious accommodation.
Bad chat.
Empire-class
Bad chat.
And bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable.
Yeah, it's very solar punk. You're just going to keep doing it, aren't you? Another 2 weeks, the Claw had a #1 single popular music charts in both Earth and Terra 3, which is fucking insanity. Viewers initially curious about the light show and unusual sounds became interested in the music itself. The Terra Gazette dubbed this style of music S-pop. A brief S-pop craze followed. The Claw's larger UEE debut with music producers rushing to sign the hitherto unknown acts from Saisei and other performers around the galaxy, eager to emulate what they consider to be exciting new discovery. Nerdy gentlemen, if you're watching, this is what you need to replicate, if you can. S-pop ruled Spectrum from November 2932 into December 2934, with dozens of songs taking top positions. Although interest in S-pop has waxed and waned in the ensuing years, the impact of the fad has had permanence. All right. Squadron 88, The Lost Squad. The 88th Logistics Support Squadron, aka the Lost Squadron, is an inactive United Empire of Earth (UE) Navy unit founded in standard Earth year 2608. The squadron served as a logistics and operations support squadron to various units, bases, and capital ships until its final posting in the Caliban system in 2792. The 88th became revered due to the defense of the Caliban system against the massed Vandal invasion for 2 days without reinforcements, allowing millions of civilians to escape the fall of Caliban. Fun fact, this is they were aided specifically by the Warhammer. So the Warhammer was one of the only capital ships in the Caliban system, or possibly one of the first to relieve the 88th Squadron. But the 88th Squadrons mostly was made up of, I shit you not, terrapins. They used Hercules and terrapins to fight off the invasion. Yeah, the Warhammer is the one that comes to Stanton. It was originally posted, at least possibly, to aid in the fall of Caliban, if not posted at Caliban. Not even a rear guard action, it's a front guard action. They got hit by an invasion they weren't prepared for. Founded in 2608. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Massacre was made for 2 days without reinforcements, allowing millions of civilians to escape. A single unnamed pilot survived the prolonged assault. All others were killed in action. In honor of their sacrifice, the UEE Navy officially retired the 88th in 2885. Their motto was "Stand and Deliver." It took the Vandal 2 whole days of shooting and direct hits to get through the shields and armor. Fucking turtles, my man. Turtles. Spectrum. So this is where it kind of gets into interesting. For those of you who don't know, Spectrum is the an interstellar media services provider that connects all aspects of human civilization and is widely accessible around the United Empire of Earth through a network of communications arrays, specifically what we know it today as the what are they called? Oh, I forgot the name of them. It's in they're in game now. I forgot the name of the communications arrays. Asiato, that's the name. Through a network of communications arrays, it allows for both direct communication between individuals and the broadcast of all types of material, including but not limited to news, sports, vids, and traditional linear programming. So, is the Warhammer named after an ancient Earth tabletop game? No, it's named after an ancient Earth weapon that was also, which is that ancient Earth tabletop game is named after. If you talk to John Crew about it, because it's not Warhammer, one word, it's War Space Hammer. See, legally distinct, GW, you can't sue them. If they really wanted to just like rub it in, they would make the first captain of the UES Warhammer either Jimmy Space or James Astartes. That is my headcanon. Is the name of the first captain? No, the name of the first captain of the Warhammer was not James Astartes. It was Jim Sigmar. And the first XO was named Jimmy Space or Jimmy Astartes. It is a bit troublesome number in a lot of parts of the world, links to extremism. Yeah, I know. But it's also just a number. As long as it's not, 88 is just a number unless someone wants to try to make it weird. But yeah, it's also never going to come up again because it's done. So Spectrum is cable news and the internet rolled into one. So you can communicate through Spectrum. You can watch broadcast television, what we consider broadcast television today, through Spectrum. You could watch what equivalent of news or of like YouTube through Spectrum. It's basically an all-in-one communications platform, communications and entertainment platform. The Siege of Tyber. So Siege of Tyber is a key battle between the United Emperor of Earth and invading Vanduul, lasting from standard Earth year 2732 to 2736. It consisted of an extensive ground and air engagements of mass bombings and various military blockades. I'm not going to go through all of this because there's a huge... I don't know what's changed here. Probably this right here. There's an entire article on this. Is a huge article. Like I can do an entire video, and we'll do an entire video of the Siege of Tyber because it's massive. I've actually had an idea of doing a like Battle 360 or dogfight style documentary on the battle of the Vanduul wars, where like I have to learn how to use Blender for it, which I probably could, with some basic three-dimensional cutouts and then like representations, 3D representations of like ships and like conflicts and stuff like that. So if there was a snapshot, I don't think there's a snapshot. There's no compare versions option here, no, because it's not really a wiki. It's not a wiki. It's a pedia. If there's a snapshot in the Wayback Machine, I could. But I'm looking through this, and a couple of the things that, because there's an entire article which talks about the Siege of Tyber. Like there's an entire lore article, not a Galactopedia article about it. That was on the monthly, it was on a Jump Point. This was all part of the aftermath already, but this part here wasn't. There's an expectation. There was every expectation that Vanduul's next target, instead, Vega would be. Instead, they would not launch a mass attack in Unitary until the fall of Caliban. So, you fighting Jake? They are pretty good at gun rush, so you got to be careful. Yeah, it's an extensive story. Like again, it would take me about 10 minutes to go through it all. What are you killing Jake in gun rush right now, Diablos? Shubin Interstellar, a major human corporation headquartered in Microtech in the United Emperor of Earth, founded an investment group that required terraforming. Hey, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome everybody. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bartender on Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Welcome. Looking grayer than usual? I probably am. I've been getting gray faster now. All right. We're going through the lore because CIG decided to update a shit ton of Galactopedia articles. I'm going through to try to figure out what they've updated. Founded as an investment group, acquired in terraforming conglomerate Worldmaker in the late 25th century Standard Earth year, And yeah, I think a lot of this is they just added SEY because they want to differentiate human calendars from the Jean calendars. And Fulcrum Mining Associates. Okay, that's Fulcrum. That's new. Interesting. That's probably going to end up in the game somewhere, especially probably on Pyro. The Second Imperial Age, yeah, that's almost certainly because they had to add the SEY stuff like that, and they changed some of the dates around. Second Imperial Age was ruled by House Shou. I probably screwed that up. My pronunciation is terrible. It was the shortest dynasty in Xi'an history, lasting over 1700 MXY, so that's the Xi'an years. During this time, Xi'an explorers discovered multiple planetary systems and expanded the borders of the Xi'an Empire, South Xi'an. In MXY2, so the Second Imperial Age, year 914 or 291 AD, which is SEY, they achieved first contact with the Cathach, a culture attempted to establish trade relations. After several decades of strained relations, the Spirit Wars from Second Imperial Age 961 to 1735, aka 351 AD to 1342 AD, the Dark Ages for humanity, well, at least in Europe, erupted, ravaging the latter half of the age. The entirety of House Shou was killed in a bombing incursion by the Cathach in Second Imperial Age 1706, Standard Earth Year 1305. This began the Dark, 1706 to 1824, which is 1305 to 1457 in Earth years. An era which the Xi'an Empire has had no official imperial house. Xi'an historians group the Dark in with the Second Imperial Age, formally ending it at the ascension of House Krei, which is the current imperial house, which ascended in 1457. Hey, Jake, welcome. Welcome from Jake Streams. My name is Paul, Berserker1, Batman Shell, your humble host and space partner here at the AstroPub. Sit back, relax, show. We got a good one for you. Go on. Someone came in chat, said I was I'm just killing Jake CIG on Gun Rush, and I said you gotta be careful. Jake's pretty good at Gun Rush. You won 3 matches. I still haven't won a single one, but I went zero. My KD was 0, or was even the last game I played yesterday. So Jake, do be good. It's almost like Jake is a video game player, a video game enjoyer. Video games. I do in fact partake in the juegos. So yeah, we're going through the stealth edits that the stealth corrections for the Galactopedia. I don't know if you can enlighten any of us on why there were so many changes to the Galactopedia that popped up on the news scraper. My guess is that there was a lot of corrections to add SEY or change dates so that they match more correctly. But yeah, I didn't know if you knew or not because it just popped up a bunch. There was one brand new edition, major edition, which was the Vega stuff. So. Yes, Jake's one of the community managers for CIG. Jake's also not working right now, so please don't bother him too much.
That Korean gamer just got a sub from Erie Tide. Erie Tide gifted a tier 1 sub to that Korean gamer. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I'm gonna put your lips together. Roll kinda loud. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Shine your lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday.
Acapella just got a sub from Erie Tide. Erie Tide gifted a tier 1 sub to Jake Acapella.
Iris, you are a very
They
important
have
pupper.
given 8 gift subs in the channel.
Iris, that Korean gamer, and Jake Acapella, you are very important puppers, very impressive visitors, very deep pedestrians. This is your fault. Use my drinking match. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So, Jake, what manufacturer, maybe? I mean, Drake. The Aegis Redeemer. Why? Why? E2 Jake? E2 Jake? Wait, so Vega 2 is pretty much like Reach in the Halos universe? Kinda, yeah. Have a good night, Jake. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bringing your people over. So yeah, we're going through the lore stuff. So if you want to learn a little bit about the lore Star Citizen, you know, hang out. Yeah, so to give you context here, let me see if I can't pull this up a little bit further. Standard Earth year 1457. So House Cray currently has had 2 reigning emperors of the Zhan, of the South Zhan. The first one is the mother of the current one. She ascended to the throne in 1457 AD. The current one was born when humanity made first contact with the Zhan in 2530. I think maybe ascended to imperator, to the emperor, one of those two. Yeah, no, the Zhan lived for fucking ever. AD 1457. Like it's I'm writing the script for the religions video that I'm going to release this weekend. I'm not quite done with it, but one of the things that's pretty key is the concept of the passage of time is a huge deal in the Zhan religion, which is known as the Litova. And the Zhan, I believe, have the ability to speed up or slow down their perception of time. So they can make like 100 years pass as if it were seconds. I could be wrong on that, but I do know that the passage of time is a huge deal. Space elves, kind of. And there's a sacred world for the Zhan, which it takes the world to orbit the sun once is the exact amount of time it takes, in like something connected specifically to Litova. I'd have to look it up in that whole detail, but yeah. So, yeah. Humans know about it. We accidentally into it, and the Zhan were like, okay. Yeah, it's here. We accidentally into the Jean version of like Mecca or the Vatican City. It's connected to human space. All right. I'll talk to you about some of this because it's actually pretty important. SSN TV was the first network originating from Earth to broadcast to Mars and was the dominant news network among humans until the discovery of the Crow-Star system in 2271. As human territory expanded to other planetary systems, SNTV's reach narrowed due to limitations in communication technology. Content delivery delays of several days to several weeks were common between systems. Rival network CA was established on Redder 3, Reese, in 2398 to combat this gap. Thanks to the Redder system's cutting-edge communications network, CA's reach expanded more quickly than SSN TV's, and the network began to struggle. In 2458, SSN TV accepted the merger of a proposal from CA, and the SSN CA TV was born. SSN CA TV initially transmitted continuous stream of news hosted by a rotating cast of anchors. It gradually increased its focus on politics, purchasing Showdown in 2522, and its Keystone Debates as its Keystone Debate program. This shift in content brought high profits with it, enabling the network to open new headquarters in Cestulus, Davian 2, in 2525. And 2529, SSN CA TV provided on-the-ground coverage of the unified currency riot in Jata and Cestulus, including its quelling by the United Planets of Earth military. After first contact with Xi'an in 2530 and discovery of the Tavaran in 2541, the network's content began to gradually lean pro-war and anti-alien. Upon the ascension of Ivor Mezer I to the office of Prime Citizen in 2546, SSN-CAT's content took hard pro-government shift. The host and crew of Showdown were fired and replaced after they aired a special episode urging people to act against Mezer's consolidation of power. Deacon Mezer II became one of the network's prime shareholders in 2601. After this point, SSN/CATV became one of the cornerstones of the UEE propaganda machine. In 2630, SSN-CA relocated their expansive headquarters on Terra. The network slowly began to allow more UEE critical content on air while still maintaining pro-Mezer stance in the majority of its programming. For example, SSN-CA TV played a pivotal role in discrediting Terran Senator Asan Kiernan's reputation during his call for Terran sovereignty in 2638. But it also allowed pundit and debate programs to feature anti-military and pro-secession guests. During the power struggle between Astrid Mezer the that's my Roman numerals are bad. The 7th and Samuel Mezer the 8th, reporters on multiple shows stepped too far out of line, harshly criticizing Mezers for their infighting. That's the time period I'm really interested in talking about. The Mezer Civil War. It's pretty interesting because it happened right during the fall of not Caliban, the fall of Tyber. So reporters on multiple shows stepped too far and criticized Mezer's infighting. 2699, Astrid Mezer VII retaliated by conducting mass arrests and censoring over half the network's programming into cancellation. Samuel Mezer VIII rescinded the mass censorship upon taking office in 2701, but ordered that all content aired henceforth on the network had to be approved by the Imperator's office. Those imprisoned by Astrid Mezer VII were not pardoned and were forced to serve out the remainder of their sentences. The role in the deposition. Okay. Anonymous SSN-CATV insiders began organizing with anti-Mezer activists as early as 2702. They aided the resistance in two key ways. They allowed the rebels to pass along encrypted messages via network's communication arrays and fed them information uncensored by the Mezer's government. One such piece of work was information footage of was footage from the massacre of Garen II. On the 11th of April, 2972, technicians responsible for the network feed allowed footage of the massacre, along with a message from the resistance group Tide, to interrupt the broadcast of SSN CATV nightly news. This broadcast was the inciting incident of the revolution that would eventually depose of the Mezzer regime. That's new. I hadn't heard about that. That's good. That's cool. So for those who don't know, the Tide is actually a group of rebel fighters who were trained by Fiona Mezzer, the sister of Linton Mezzer. Under the orders of Linton Mezzer, Fiona gathered a group of rebels, trained them, and had them help her overthrow her father, only to backstab them and at the end, but not quite getting all of them, or actually only backstabbing them and killing a bunch of them, but then preserving several of them so that she could use them to overthrow her brother. But then she didn't pay attention to them close enough because they decided to go act on their own using all the information that Fiona Mezzer taught her. It's very StarCraft 2, you know, like Mengsk's son working with Raynor and that kind of stuff. Yeah, she was 14 when that happened. When she organized the coup against her father, she was 14. Usually 12 or 14. Like, that's Fiona. Fiona was the one who escaped. Are the Ninetales Mezzer families? They hate all institutions. The theory that Algren and I have is that they're Mezzerites. They're remnants of the Mezzer military who fled in exile after the fall of the Mezzers and kind of created their own. I call them Mezzers. They're the Messers because it's actually a German word. Wow, we're drawing StarCraft parallels. It's a parallel in terms of, like, if you remember, you know, the son of Mengsk, you know, being a big part of the campaign, you know, the good of humanity and such. So, but it's really trying to use Raynor to overthrow his father so he could take control, gather the rebels and turn them into your allies. You know. You never knew there's such a... Yeah, there is so much fucking lore, but CIG refuses to put it in the goddamn game. So Norse Peak, what you're trying to say is that you are one of the ancestors of humanity's worst dictators in Star Citizen. How does that make you feel, Norse? It's just like the reason why CIG chose it is because it's a cool German name because it means sword or knife. I mean, I think it means knife, but is a German like short sword, I think, or it might be a long sword. I think it's a short sword called the Messer. It's often called that. So getting kind of a BattleTech feel. There's a lot of influences. As CIG has said, a lot of this stuff is influenced by 80s sci-fi. And like the whole insurrection of against Ulysses Mezzer is just absolutely filled with Dune, like very much like a Dune allegory. You know, wait, your young sister is brutally killing your enemies. Oh, Xi'an is a city in China, too. Again, CIG is bad at naming things. Banu is a last name for it's a Bedouin surname. I'm sure Tavaran has some connection to Carthage of some kind. A single-edged sword in the 15th and 16th century characterized by knife-like hilt construction methods. Okay, yeah. I know lore teams that use subtlety and they're all cowards. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure a lot of the naming conventions, like it's been proven that it was just Ben Lesnick just pointing at things in a room and naming it after them. They didn't have any game. They had no game until the Hangar module, and it took them almost a year to get the Hangar module out. So all they had was lore. So they were just writing constantly for like 2 years. They wrote a lore piece a week for 2 years straight. It's 128 or 108 lore stories between a page and several pages long for 100 and every week. That's insanity. Somehow Messer has returned. My playthrough of Squadron 42 is going to be great. Hopefully people watch. So the Tide must have gotten connections with SSN CATV and then learned. That's pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, they used to do videos in different star systems, but that stopped too. Today, they host a wide variety of news and news-related content. Some of their flagship programs are PUNO shows like Empire Report and the SSN CATV Nightly News, the pundit-centered debate program Showdown, and the UEE critical talk show The Plain Truth. You ready for some InfoWars, baby? Let's bring up the InfoWars. Are you ready for the Star Citizen Alex Jones? Because I'm ready for Star Citizen Alex Jones. Fuck yeah.
Space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shadowfax has just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you so much, Shadowfaxes, for that 3 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive Mr. Vandy pedestrian. This is your fault. You've been drinking. Nah, shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 8 months.
Thank you so much, Womblissimo, for that 8 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive Mr. Vandy pedestrian. This is your fault for drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So I am almost certainly, Iris, I'm almost certainly going to do a melee-only run of Squadron 42 when it comes out. Where, like, I'm going to only melee for on ground. And no shooting. To see if I could do it. As long as he's either A, not an exploitive fraud, or B, he's just a stupid self-destructs at the courts is just as entertainingly. So yeah, you gotta know about Parker Terrell. Parker Terrell. Oh, gotta love Parker Terrell. So, Parker Terrell is a combination of Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. And yes, I know a lot of people are like, I don't want to talk about politics. That's fine. This is the inspiration. It's very clear this is the inspiration. So if you had this unholy abomination in your brain, that's where we're going here. It's as if Tucker Carlson left Crossfire and turned into Alex Jones. That's who Parker Terrell is. So he was an investigative journalist who worked for the New United. So he was an actual journalist who actually did journalistic work for New United, which is a newspaper company. Built multiple exposés and built a reputation as a tenacious and opinionated columnist. He vanished for 3 months after appearing on the debate show Showdown, where he asserted that the United Empire of Earth government had illegally used a super weapon to destroy the surface of Ellis 11. Now, here's the thing about Parker Terrell. He's crazy, but he's also right. Like a lot of conspiracy theorists, he manages to find kernels of truth, which actually are real, but then turns them into outlandish conspiracies. But it's built on a kernel of truth. This is where my theory that the UEE has not only recovered the super weapon, the Hadesian super weapon, but has built it in what we now know today as the Retribution. That's where this comes from. Because he's not wrong. He's not the only person who has talked about the super weapon to destroy the surface of Ellis 11. There are multiple reports of this. Now, Ellis 11 was a planet that was always doomed to die. So it was one of those things where it was doomed to die, but a lot of people thought that because it was supposed to like collide with another planet, I think. And there's a lot of theories that was a prototype, that they were using it as a prototype. The theory that I subscribe to is that they knew it was going to die anyways. So they decided to test the super weapon on it, because if it failed, it would destroy all of the evidence they tried to test it. Because we're not talking like super weapon as in like a super big weapon. We're talking about a planet cracker. If you played Stellaris and you know like that planet that weapon you can build that can like destroy an entire planet, like literally rip it into pieces. Yeah, we're talking that kind of power. Oh, he's great. I fucking love this guy. This guy's insanity and I love him. Not like a Death Star, because a Death Star is like incineration. I mean like there are little pieces floating around. Yeah, let's not get into this too much, y'all. I don't want to dance too much into the politics stuff because a lot of people have like very heated opinions about this stuff. I just want to make fun of the conspiracy theory guy and Star Citizen a little bit. But he came on to the UEE because he was like a legitimate investigative journalist. Parker Terrell was, and he disappeared for 3 months, and everyone thought he was dead. So at that point, people were like, "Wait, did the UEE kill Parker Terrell for talking about the truth?" 3 months afterwards, they found his Aurora. And it was found on Van, Crawshaw 3, for his Aurora, and there was questioned. And he then went on to the Showdown and insisted that he had been chased into hiding for speaking the truth. Because of this stunt, he lost his job with the New United. And as a result, he accepted a job from Spectrum, specifically from SSN TV, to create a brand new show, which he called The Plain Truth. And The Plain Truth has like 10 different lore articles. Like you can read the transcripts of Plain Truth episodes and they are wild. They are awesome and wild. Sorry, I wanted to bring that up because here we go. Okay. Legal super weapon. Destroy the surface of the planet. The first episode of The Plain Truth premiered on the 1st of April, 2944. By the way, like, again, CIG. Not fucking subtle. As subtle as a brick to your fucking head. Jesus Christ. In it, Terrell interviewed Daniel Warden, independent courier who had been stopped by the UEE customs upon his entry into the Helios system and unlawfully detained for 3 weeks. During his imprisonment, Warden was questioned by advocacy agents about people who had people he had never met and about his activities in the Nexus system. Following Terrell's broadcast, Warden received an undisclosed amount of credits as compensation from the UEE for his detention. So, like, that's a good example. Like, Parker Terrell will take the cases like this, which is a legitimate fuck up by the UEE advocacy, and expose them. So Parker Terrell does enough legitimate investigative reporting that he's a legitimate source. But it's like a 50-50 thing. Like 50% of the time, he's talking about legitimate shit that's going on in the UEE government in terms of corruption. And then the other half of the time, he's talking about how aliens are fucking the current imperator, and she's got some alien mind virus that's making her alien woke. I'm not even fucking joking. Like there's an article like that. So he's either legitimate investigative reporter or crazy man. Like there is no in between when his articles. And yeah, that's the great way of putting it. He finds actual scandal and then over embellishes it. That's often what he does. Those are his private collection. So you can't write them off. Like, that's the one things, a lot of the stuff, you can find a lot of interesting lore tidbits because CIG will hide actual lore story points in Parker Terrell's Plain Truth articles because they know no one will believe him. Well, is she? There's a lot of accusations and people like Parker Terrell who are actively feeding the Nine Tails because the Nine Tails use a lot of the propaganda, a lot of the stuff that comes out of the Plain Truth to help their propaganda, saying that the aliens have taken over the UEE. Since then, Plain Truth has run a weekly basis and has enjoyed moderate ratings. While Plain Truth is billed as a purely investigative journalism-centered program, there has been criticism from other news organizations that the show promotes conspiracy theories rather than fact. In 2945, Terrell interviewed Janice Tarkus, former journalist of the Terra Gazette. Tarkus asserted that the Galactic Aid Organization, GAO, a well-known charity that supplies those in need with cybernetic and artificial organs, had sold faulty organs on the black market for profit. After the episode aired, offices of GAO across the UEE were inundated with comms accusing them of organ harvesting. Donations sharply dropped and multiple offices were vandalized. Terrell claimed no responsibility, stating that it's his job to bring the truth to the people, not dictate their actions. A subsequent formal investigation as GAO revealed no wrongdoing. So if CIG is passing along a lot of this stuff, because that was in 2945, then Parker Terrell's probably currently in court for like damages done to that company. Oh, it's fucking great. I love it. The Hurston was great because it's probably true, but it's nuts. Here, I'll pull up the some Plain Truth articles. And there's a rumor going around. Okay. Let me look up. So there's a rumor going around that Parker Terrell is actually in Squadron 42. So there's somebody who plays Parker Terrell in Squadron 42. And the rumor of who, you know who the rumor is of who's playing Parker Terrell? Come here. I need to tell you this. Peter Capaldi. Peter Capaldi. The Doctor. He played which doc? He played one of the 12th Doctor. This guy. Perfect. It's fucking amazing casting. I love it. I love it to death if it's actually true. There's evidence that he's done it, but the thing is, I always envisioned him as with an American Alex Jones Texas accent. So with him with a thick ass Scottish accent makes this even weirder. It's on IMDb, but not everything is true on IMDb. Okay, yeah, this is the last one, Lorville Lies. Okay, let me pull it up and we'll watch it real quickly. Well, we're gonna get through some of this stuff. So yeah, this was the original image they used for him. So that's supposed to be Parker Terrell. What does it take to get the truth? Does it take fancy education? No. It takes a willingness to ask questions, to look underneath the few facts those in power choose to share with us. It takes bravery, because the truth is often dangerous and frightening. But bravery isn't the absence of fear. It's the conviction in face of it. My name is Parker Terrell, and this is The Plain Truth. Throughout my career, I've always been dictated to rooting out the truth, but I'll be the first to admit that today's story tested my resolve. Is sharing this story worth the risk to myself and my livelihood? To risk all the people who depend on me? The answer? A resounding yes. Nothing should stop the truth. A little over 60 years ago, a group of Hurston Dynamics employees came together to lobby for better working conditions. These workers were underpaid, overworked, and callously subjected to noxious, hazardous chemicals while on the job, with only the barest safety standards to protect them. They called themselves the United Workers of Hurston, or UWH. This is where we got the joke for UWU, by the way. A bravely organized peaceful protests and attempts to open dialogue with Hurston executives. But these days, the UWH is better known as an extremist group. The nobler aspirations have been given away to campaigns of fear and intimidation. The group has claimed responsibility for numerous violent assaults on Hurston production facilities, several of which have been taking the innocent lives. But when did everything change? How did they stray so far from their peaceful attempts at changing Hurston policy? For many, and include the group's turning point, can be defined by a single incident, Of course, I'm referring to the Lastel tragedy of 2937, when a group of UWH members violently seized control of a Hurston cargo transport. During the standoff with local authorities, they quickly paraded their hostages in front of cameras broadcasting across the Empire and made their grievances known. And to demonstrate their conviction, they flew over Lorville and pushed the pilot out of the ship, sending him plummeting to his death below. This is, of course, before regeneration existed, so. Shortly after, Hurston security forces executed a raid on the ship to regain control. All of the UWH members were killed along with 3 more hostages. In the aftermath, public sentiment quickly turned against the UWH, and Hurston Dynamics declared the group a terrorist organization, from heroes of the people to the most reviled group across the UEE, just like that. Of course, UWH didn't disband, they simply went underground to avoid further persecution, and when the group would eventually emerge from the shadows, violence became their calling card. Sure, certain factions within an organization continued to pursue more peaceful methods of protest and attempted to distance themselves from the militant cells, but the damage was done. Public opinion was firmly swayed against them. Like many others, I remember empathizing with the UWH in the early days. Mega corporations like Hurston can run roughshod over common folk with few obstacles. I used to think it was brave of the UWH to stand in its way, to fight for better treatment. But after the seizure of the Lastel, I could not condone their actions. They were no longer brave, disgruntled workers suffering under the tyranny of a rich and corrupt. Just like you, I was convinced they were violent, dangerous criminals. That's what I believed, at least until a few months ago, when I received a comm from a Hurston employee. The contact chose to remain anonymous, identifying themselves only as Canary. And what they told me shook me to my core. According to them, Hurston had manipulated the UWH, intentionally driving the organization to violence in order to give the company legal foothold it needed to ban the group. It sounded crazy, but the case Canary made was damning. Although it was a bombshell, I still had questions. Who was Canary? They clearly came to me for a reason, so why did they disclose their identity? Without the disclosure, without that trust, how could I justify sharing anything I learned? And yet, what if it was all true? I had to know the full story. Canary once told me once that the UWH started garnering support from other Hurston Dynamic employees across the verse. The board of directors started to get nervous, but it wasn't until the group's messaging began to inspire pressure for changes outside the company that they realized the group's true danger. Such a large number of employees organizing would have a severe impact on their profits. Is it such a leap to assume that the company, as callous as the Hurstons, might take steps, even drastic ones, to protect its bottom line? I don't think so. So this is like I 100% believe this. This fucking happened in the universe. Like, knowing the Hurstons, yes, this fucking happened. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This just happened and no one wants to believe it because no one wants to talk about it. Yeah, because it's a very common tactic in even union busting. Canary said that in a sort of preemptive retaliation, it's called agent provocateur. It's a common tactic to break up protests. Hurston Dynamics began to target individuals it knew to be part of the UWH and aggravate them, withholding pay, neglecting safety standards, and even being as petty as to saddle simple procedures with bureaucratic red tape. Even worse, Canary claimed that the Hurston escalated its attacks by sending its own loyal agents undercover to the UWH to further radicalize the group from inside. Canary claimed that it was Hurston's own infiltrators that began to push for the UWH to adopt more violent methods. Take a moment. Think about it. Think about the ramifications of it. Could this mean that Hurston Dynamics was ultimately responsible for the Lastel tragedy? If we believe Canary, then maybe the Empire owes UWH an apology. How many of the people involved in the Lastel incident weren't actual members of the UWH? How many were Hurston operatives intentionally making the situation worse? If the company was willing to incite such violence back then, what about today? Is Hurston letting the angry and violent factions of the UWH operate in order to fulfill some darker agenda? Could it be directing them, choosing the UWH targets for them, creating whatever narrative most benefits the company? And there is where he jumps over the crazy train. Unfortunately, all these questions and more went unanswered. The investigation remains incomplete. I have not yet heard from Canary since our last conversation, and although they provided names, dates, and events that verified they were likely a Hurston employee, I never learned Canary's true identity. I realize that sharing this information may seem irresponsible, and I will likely paint a target on my back, but Canary was brave enough to contact me, and so I've chosen to be brave too, and I hope you'll do the same. The more of you share the truth, the harder it will be to hide and cover up. When we come back, we'll explore Hurston's history with the UEE and its connections with senators across the verse who have a lot to answer for. Yeah, you see what I mean? I love the plain truth. It's great lore stuff. There's one on Addison, who's Addison behold to. There's another one that's called Fair Chance Fair. There's one's called the Shadow State. Then there's Collateral Damage and Tavar in Trouble. There's Sentinel, the Barstool Wisdom, Bishop's Betrayal, where he claims that Bishop knew about the attack on Vega before it happened. That the Galactic Aid is the one that we talked about earlier. Clinical Trial, Calm Your Senator, and Empire Incorporated, Phase 10, Advocacy Overlords. It's great. It's great stuff. Great stuff. I mean, even the part who jumps the shark isn't that far-fetched. Yeah, I mean, we're going into crazy territory if he thinks that Hurston even has to expend resources to keep UWH violent. Like, that's probably one of his more sane theories. The whole Bishop knew that the that the attack on Vega was going to happen and allowed it to happen is kind of nuts. See, that's just one news show. There's Showdown, which has a lot more political stuff where you can understand more about the political nature of how it works. There's a bunch of news updates. New United has updates on stuff like that, on like events that have happened. Then there's Star something, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like an entertainment news where you get to learn more about various. It's crazy. They do a lot of world building.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Release as Modius has subscribed.
Thank you, Releases Mosius. You're a very important part, very impressed, Mr. Any pedestrian. This is your fault. You wish to recognize shots and choose. All right, I got two hard. One of my favorite characters. He's not my favorite character. Cal Mason's my favorite character, but like, I fucking love the plain truth. It's fantastic. All right, Invictus Launch Week. It's pretty quickly. Event held the last week of May, and it marks the beginning of the new recruiting year and graduations for the latest class of officers and pilots. The United Empire of Earth, it originated in 2542 during the First Avaran War. And the United Emirates of, one of the planets of Earth, Tribuna, in need of new soldiers in the face of the Devar invasion, sent transports from planetary systems to pick up volunteers and transport them to UPE Naval Base Invictus on Mars. It was established as a yearly event under the Imperator Ivor Mezzer I in 2581. Today, although Invictus Base no longer exists, the event's still celebrated by the UE Navy under the same name. Showdown! Here's the other one. Showdown opens in every episode with a summary of the debate topic at hand, usually a current events news story. The host then introduces guests of opposing viewpoints to present them takes on issues and debate with one another. It's Crossfire. the old CNN show, I think. Generally, 2 guests are present, but sometimes the host will conduct one-on-one interviews or allow 3 or more guests to debate with one topic. As the debate progresses, the host serves as a moderator, asking questions as needed. Between 1 and 5 topics are covered per episode. The concept of Showdown began in 2511 on Angeli 2, Croshaw 2, Angeli. Local politicians in Quinton would join radio news anchor Upsana Dixit to debate upcoming legislation. After 9 years on the air, Dixit was approached by the now defunct news organization Angeli on the Air.
Hey, a tip.
Dreki tip $10. Love the show and appreciate all your hard work on the content.
Thank you, Drexy,
Keep
for that
it
$10. I think that means a lot. Is audio cutting out for you? It shouldn't be on. Let me double check my side. No, it should be fine on my side. To adapt Showdown as a 30-minute current events debate program, Dixit signed as an unsolicited amount and began production on a new show. The first episode aired through Croshaw on the 7th of September 2521 in a late-night time slot. Showdown soon became popular and was shuffled to a more popular time slot. It saw high enough ratings that in 2522, SSN CATV bought the rights from AOA and broadcasted for the first time in an interplanetary audience that same year. In 2523, they launched a special series of episodes where various political experts, authors, and laypeople debated on the merits and drawbacks of the new United Planets of Earth government, without Drixit's moderation. However, the lack of an arbiter caused conversations to go off track, leading to a drop in the show's ratings. Ratings rose again when Drixit returned in 2524. During Drixit's run as the host, Showdown covered issues such as the first contact with Ajan, the outbreak of the First Foreign War, the ascension of Iron Mezer to the newly created Office of Prime Citizen. Drixit chose to retire after Iron Mezer created the position of Imperator, stating that she preferred not to lead debates on pros and cons of fascism. The new host, Inacio Santos Melo, developed a confrontational moderation style in contrast to Drixit's cool and impartial one, often aligning himself against his guests in heated three-way debates. Mello was criticized by other news networks for his behavior, but Showdown experienced an upswing in popularity. This tone became the program's norm even after Mello's retirement in 2588. Showdown has been canceled and rebooted multiple times. It ran interrupted from 2547 to 2619. On the 9th of May 2619, Showdown was canceled due to a dip in ratings. It was revived in 2648 to 2662, canceled again due to contract dispute, then brought back to fill an empty late-night slot from 2687 to 2697. It was one of the many news programs to be censored into cancellation during the power struggle between Astrid Mezer VII and Samuel Mezer VIII, and wasn't revived again until 2718, 3 years after the ascension of Gaylor Mezer. This version of Showdown lasted until 2789, when it was censored again by the Mezer government, this time for inviting Senator Terrence Akai of Terra 3 as a guest. It was revived for the 5th time in 2799 in the run-up to the ratification of the Fair Chance Act. Since 2799, Showdown has been shuffled between time slots, but has not seen another cancellation. The current host, Aria Quint, took over in 2935. Oh, she's been around for a long time. She's been there for close to 20 years now. RSI! I'm not going to go... That's pretty short. Rapid Space Industries. Yeah, we're almost done. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We'll get through it. One of the oldest and most influential space companies in the UEE, spacecraft components, and terraforming technology make up the bulk of the products in 2075. RSI created the Quantum Core engine, and in 2113, the company released the earliest terraforming machinery utilized by humans. RSI entered the period of decline during the Mezer era, when the military contracts were terminated in favor of Aegis Dynamics, and further shrank in 2757 when Ulysses Mezer publicly blamed the company for the death of Anthony Tanaka. It wasn't until the end of the Mezer era that RSI's military contracts were reinstated. The company didn't... It was a weapons company that killed Anthony Tanaka. Huh. Today, their Bengal line of carriers and Pegasus line of escort carriers are utilized by the UEN. The Pegasus one might be a little dicey. Retaliator. So there's actually some interesting new changes to the Retaliator. Retaliator is a strategic bomber developed by Aegis Dynamics for the United Empire of Earth Navy. Variants of the spacecraft have been used in the UEN for 3 centuries. Despite distinguishing themselves in various operations, such as the Battle of Idris 4 in Standard Earth year 2544, they're most commonly associated with the abuses of the Meza regime. The current model of the Retaliator was built with modular bays, which allows it to be converted from its original role to service as a cargo or drop ship. Civilians are known to extensively customize surplus Retaliators for non-real-time rules. So there's been some debate that I've seen. There's one article that claims that the Retaliator itself was saved by Ivor Messer, and it actually wasn't. It actually seems to imply that it wasn't used in the Battle of Idris 4, but was used in the invasion of Jalan, the homeworld of the Tavaran. But I think this is probably more likely. Quantum drive. A quantum drive is a type of engine. Okay, this is a pretty good one. So I've actually done an entire video on this, and I don't think any of this has really changed that much. A quantum drive is a type of engine that generates a Chan-Eisen field, enabling spacecraft to travel at approximately 20% the speed of light. The Chan-Eisen field is simply an Alcubierre drive. Because it takes a great deal of energy for quantum drive to work, larger ships with more room for specialized power and cooling devices can remain in quantum travel longer than smaller ships. Quantum drives can be altered with a jump module to become a jump drive capable of traversing interspace. The first Xi'an quantum drive was created in MXY 0.5171, which was standard Earth year 25343 BCE. 25,000 BCE. Okay. By House Ying. Having recently developed terraforming, the Xi'an used their new technology to expand beyond their homeworld of Rijian, Hoitun 3, eventually colonizing Koya, Hoitun 4, and Tethle, Hoitun 2. The first human quantum drive prototype was created by Dr. Scott Childress for his team with his team in Standard Earth year 2075, and was capable of achieving 1/100th the speed of light. The debut of quantum drives led to a sharp increase in exploration of the Sol system, conducted by institutions and private individuals. Historians are unsure exactly how long the Banu had quantum engine technology due to their lack of historical data. Preacher armaments. This is the cool one that I really want to see. They manufacture personal and vehicle-mounted weapons with specific focus on professional-grade manufacturing intended for use by networking security. The company is founded by in Standard Earth year 2931 on Rytif, Bremen 2. Fuck yeah, brother. Sorry. Fuck yeah, brother. By Keno Walton, who created weapons in his personal workshop. These weapons were sold well enough that among the local militia that Walton was able to secure funding and expand his operations to make preacher weapons available across the UEE. It's pretty obvious. In fact, I gotta add this into this. I keep forgetting about that. That Walton was very religious. He's named it Preacher Armaments because it's he was a very religious man. I joked about that it's God's own gun company. They're best known for their lines of scatterguns, such as the Salvation, Absolution, and Condemnation. Preacher also produces the popular Inquisition ballistic Gatling gun. The company's branding and marketing have slight religious angle, with their current advertising utilizing the slogan, "With Preacher on your side, they haven't got a prayer." Fuck yeah, brother. slight, yeah. The P5G Gladius. It probably can't be too long. Yeah, I might just skim through this to see if there's any different changes. Beginning in 2930, squadrons began to phase out the Gladius and convert to newer craft like the F-8 Lightning, F-7A Hornet, and the Anvil Arrow. So this is the first time we have confirmation that the Anvil is replacing the Gladius. And surplus Gladiuses became available in the civilian market in 2951. Aegis increased the budget of Gladius production and invested upgrade packages in next-generation variants of the design. Gladius development began in 2573 as a replacement for the obsolete Elio Harmon Stiletto Interceptor, which suffered from an inability to adapt to modern shield components and faced increasing supply chain issues following Elio Harmon Aerospace's bankruptcy. The Gladius was created for service aboard smaller capital ships that weren't outfitted for full-scale aerospace operations. It was also the first ship to introduce civilian-style modularity into the fighter design. This allowed the Gladius to be quickly upgraded or outfitted for other missions without requiring longer stay and hangar for a refit. The Gladius saw widespread adoption upon its rollout in 2579. Its base model has been continually upgraded over the years to the point where the present-day Gladius Mark 6 pilot would have a difficult time flying a Mark 1 or a Mark 2. So yeah, the current version is a Mark 6. To show you how long that is. It's in service in almost every type of operation and engagement involving the human military for the past 3 centuries and recorded thousands of kills against pirates, armed rebels, raiders, and unidentified aggressors. Anti-piracy operations, reconnaissance, search and rescue missions, jump scouting with extended duration packs installed, and countless other roles have been fulfilled by the Gladius. The Gladius has proven effective against the Vanduul Blade, to which it was considered a rough 1-to-1 match. The design suffered against the latest Blade spacecraft encountered on the frontier, although exceptional Gladius pilots have made headway in developing techniques for countering superior alien starfighters. The safer weave-style maneuver has also been adapted for countering superior Vanduul forces. The rollout of the F-8 Lightnings changed the dynamic for the UEE fighter force, freeing up additional battle-tested Hornets to be handed down. The Navy has begun swapping second-tier Gladius units over to Hornets as more elite squadrons go from Hornets to Lightnings. This has impacted every duty station as Hornet is not a 1-to-1 replacement for the lighter Gladius. Nevertheless, decommissioning process has created a major surplus of Gladius hulls and parts which have been made available for civilians with their weapons technologies and other classified components removed. The Gladius and their parts are still produced by Aegis, though they're not in the numbers seen at the height of the Meser era. There is an upgrade team still at work which continues to develop the functionality for the now widespread civilian adoption of the Gladius. Like the difference between the old Zeus and the new Zeus? No, the exterior is almost the same, almost exactly the same. It's the interior that's completely changed. You shouldn't be getting a black screen. Origin Jump Works. Yeah, this is, you got it, so many stuff. I'm going through all, these are all articles that have changed. By the way, a lot of that P5G Gladius change was originally the Lightning was supposed to replace the Gladius, and that made no fucking sense. So the explanation as to what's going to happen, and which is the Lightning is being added, like a lot of elite units that were using the Hornet are now using the Lightning, and so the Hornets are now going down to the second tier units who were using Gladiuses, and thus the Gladius is being phased out because it's just not a very effective fighter against the Vanduul. Origin Jump Works is a personal luxury spacecraft manufacturer based on Terra 3, United Empire of Earth. The move to Terra is recent. Until Center Earth year 2913, the company was located on Earth and had a policy to only use materials created in the Sol system to manufacture its 600 line of ships. Since its move, it's changed its outsourcing policy to accept components from across the UEE. The 300i and the 890 Jump are amongst its best-selling designs. Fun fact, the first ship that we know of that Origin produced was called the 600. And it is literally the 600 we have today, only the interior was just a cargo hold. NVTAC. Personal weapons attachments, such as targeting devices and enhanced gun sights. Originally founded in 2811 as a sensor company, NVTAC produced technology for long-range scanning stations and surveying operations before pivoting to the personal weapon attachment market. The best-selling products include the Delta Targeting Dot, Tau Plus X 4X telescopic sight, Theta Pro 8X telescopic sight, and the Gamma Plus 3X holographic sight. I love the NVTAC. I love their stuff. It's such a pretty good game. Odin 3. This is probably the one that we saw that's a little weird. That's changed a little bit. It's the second closest planet to the sun. In 2943, hiker Aquino Ashraf discovered fossils of ancient animals near the planet's equator during a 25-kilometer trek. These fossils prove that Odin 3 supported life before its star collapsed into a white dwarf. Since then, paleontologists from various institutions around the UEE have operated digs in the hopes of learning more about the planet's history. Specifically, there's also rumors that this planet is being used as a testing for weapons technology, specifically that super weapon that was mentioned earlier, which got it into some hot water. Hey, Donnie, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Everything good? We're almost done. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We only have 8 more, and these are pretty quick. So that they kind of, I think they removed the weapons testing from Odin 3, which is what they said there. Just working. You still work for CIG, right, Donnie? Awesome. People testing weapons on planets and moons. Who do you think they are? Hurston Dynamics? Maybe. Musashi Industrial and Starflight Concern. MISC is we're just going over like lore updates that they've made to the Galactopedia. Is a spacecraft manufacturer headquartered in Fujin City, Saisei. Founded in Standard Earth year 2805 after the merger between Hato Electronics Corporation and the Musashi Lifestyle Design Unit spinoff of Acorn Limited. MISC primarily produces transport industrial utility spacecraft such as the Freelancer and the Starfarer, but has also been expanded into racing market with the Razor. MISC is one of the first corporations in the UEE to sustain a tech partnership with the Xi'an. That's interesting this was changed. Mobby Glass. It was released in 2818. A multi-purpose mobile computing device made by Microtech, the first released in Standard Earth year 2818. It has strong hardware and software capabilities that facilitate accessing spectrum, viewing vids, organizing information, downloading and storing data, personal communications, and a variety of other functions. The device is ubiquitous enough among humans that the United Empire of Earth conducts a census via Mobby Glass. Competitors have released their own versions of the technology under different names. However, the word Mobby Glass has entered the standard lexicon as a generic term. So it's a smartphone. Mobby Glass is just a smartphone, and there are other versions that aren't made by Microtech, but everyone calls it a Mobby or a Moby. Reliant is a light freighter developed by Musashi Industrial Sci-Fi Concern. It's a versatile and agile entry into the entry-level ship market. The series was introduced in Standard Earth 2946 as a follow-up to the Freelancer design. Like the Freelancer, the Reliant Cori integrates its variety of Xi'an technology and design aesthetics, including a vertical flight mode. Variants include the Sen research ship, the Tana fighter, and the Mako broadcast suite. There must have been some sort of, maybe adding the SEW, SEY sort of thing, 2946. But that would be a lot more. Microtech. Yeah, I think the Mobby Glass thing saying that there are some Mobby Glasses which aren't made by Microtech. I think that was the addition there. There's also maybe some of these hashtags were added as well. I think it's mostly that sort of minor thing for every so often. Mobiglass wearable computer founded on Earth in 2782 by programmer Magnus Tobin. Magnus did nothing wrong. Today is headquartered in New Babbage on the planet Microtech, which they privately own. The planet's cold temperature is ideal for the company's heat-sensitive computing and manufacturing centers. Widespread use of their products has made it to the current largest computer and software developer in the United Empire of Earth. Listen, like, I'm almost certain that Magnus Tobin is in reference to, like, Magnus being, like, mage. Like, that's, like, Magnus comes up a lot in fantasy settings as the name of, like, the god of magic or some sort of magic, you know, magician because of its origin. And I almost certainly this is a nod to, you know, any advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. It's that sort of thing. But I'm not saying it's nothing mutual. I'm just saying it's more of like a he's like a techno mage. Yeah, it's like it's definitely like an homage to that sort of idea. A frequent title in stage musicians. And of course, if you're wondering what the Tobin Expo Center is named after, it's named after Magnus Tobin. All right, MacArthur Naval Base. Largest naval base in the UEE, located on the planet MacArthur. It's home to the Navy headquarters, shipyards, academies, boot camps, and hospitals. Most of MacArthur's is occupied by the naval base. Travel, therefore, is highly constricted. I think there's probably changed the word. They probably added the academies and boot camps because they don't actually call them boot camps in lore up until now. They've been called forges. M50. Built for speed and maneuverability, is the first conceived specifically to capture the Murray Cup racing trophy. An interceptor model of the M50 is also produced by Origin. This type is actively operated by the UEE Advocacy. Since last major rework in standard Earth year 2945, the M50 has earned a number of top racing honors. Probably some more details are just added, like the release date here, because I don't think they've added that before. Lightning Bolt Company. Manufacturer spacecraft energy weapons, who were founded in early 2921 by Irina Arkadova, who worked as a private military contractor before starting a company. Arkadova became interested in weapon design after becoming increasingly frustrated with her weapons performance in the field. A construction fault that she attributed to lack of practical field testing and experience. Hello, female Kalashnikov. Their first manufactured weapon, the Mayak range of hardened electron cannons, proved success among security professionals and allowed the company to begin producing specialized personal weapons as well. Arkadova? Yeah, I get it. This was the one that originally had Cyrillic writing on it, too. Yeah, that's the idea. Forge is a terrible name for a barracks. Hey, Morbid. Again, CIG. I know game studios that use subtext and they're all cowards. Clausen Werner is a human manufacturer of personal and spacecraft-based energy weapons. The company was founded in standard Earth year 2823 by a former bearing designer who believes his talents were not being appreciated and decided to strike out on his own. That's a very brief summary. Dude was obsessed with efficiency and figured that he could make more efficient, better weapons that wouldn't break down as much. And then the bearing executives came to him and said, brother, come here. How the fuck do you think we make money? We make money because weapons jam and they break. And then they need to replace them with new firing pins and other things. We make money because of replacement parts. So stop fucking with my money, dude. And he didn't like that, so he left and founded Klaus & Werner. So Klaus & Werner is the guy's name was Klaus. Werner was his was a wealthy heiress wealthy widow who helped Warbotniks stream. My name is Paul Berserker 01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. We're gonna wrap it up here because I went way over my time, but lots of lore updates, so I'm gonna go through it. Real quick, is that the same helmet from years ago? I've had to replace it 3 times. So, but yes, I think this is the same one that you saw a couple years ago. The company's line of weaponry include the Bulldog, Badger, Panther, Rhino, and Galdarine and Mammoth repeaters, as well as personal weapons like the Demeco Energy and LMG, Arrowhead Sniper Rifle, Gallant Energy Rifle, and Arclight 2 pistol, which was prominently featured in the Spectrum show at the Frontier. Arclight 2 fucking slaps. Please, Donnie, please tell me the Arclight 2 still slaps. I know they're changing the weapons from Squadron stuff. You probably know more than I do. Does it still slap? Is it still old reliable? Yeah, Custom Warner energy repeaters are great. Donnie's quiet on the slapping the slapping nature of the Arclight 2. That's it. I'll wait for the ad to end and we'll kind of wrap this up. So yeah, that was all the updates. It took me like 2 hours to get through it. So the Arclight pistol just recently received some changes. It slaps, like really. The Lumen receives change. It feels good like the MP5, like an MP5 SMG. It's great. The Demeco's fire rate has been increased. Feels pretty cool. I'm fighting a boss battle. Okay. I didn't know how much you could tell about it, because yeah. Sorry, add boss battle. Yeah. I'll be right back to you. It's all reliable, baby. It fucking works. I like what CIG's been doing with the pistols. Because, like, up to this point, pistols have just kind of been an afterthought. Now they're legitimate fucking weapons. Like, my argument was Coda all the way because I'm an absolute simp for Castak arms. But it was just like, why pick anything else? I've got the gun that fires 50 caliber rounds. Your argument is invalid. This is a Coda. It fires 57 caliber or 50 caliber rifle rounds. Hey, welcome back, Donnie and everybody else. I was just saying, like, it's a Space Desert Eagle. Yes, it is. I was talking about how I like the changes to the pistols because now there's actual, like, it was given a burst fire mode and it feels good. Lumen's burst is, between shots time has reduced, so it feels more effective than before. That's awesome. Yeah, I was explaining why, like. I like the changes to the pistols because pistols now feel like legitimate firearms rather than afterthoughts. With the LH86, is that the the Gemini weapon. That going into full auto is fucking it's mint. It's perfect. It's exactly the I don't know if you know the lore behind Gemini, but the lore behind Gemini is great because all of Gemini's designs are originally created by Tavarin, because it was created by a Tavarin orphan who lived with a human runaway, and they were like on the streets of Low. They were kind of like street urchins, and the Tavarin the Tavarin, he built a gun with a box of scraps in the streets of Low to defend himself, him and her against attackers. Tomorrow is the lore's podcast, and so like it's literally he was secretly the designer of all of the weapons for most of the time because it was like super xenophobia. So with the LH-86 becoming full auto, I have come to the realization that to Tavarin, inside every Tavarin, there is two birds. One is a silent stealth assassin that will slit your neck in your bed, and the other one will there are two birds with two different types of stealth. One is the stealth assassin who will sneak in and kill you before you even realize it, and the other one is if there's no witnesses, then it's a stealth mission. Blurt away, baby. Spray and pray down halls. So the idea of the Tavarin having two ideas of combat, super stealthy, like elite assassin, and I've got a bullet hose and you're in my way, is mwah, I love it. Tavarin Tony Stark, yeah. The name Gemini actually comes from the fact that the girl who was living with the Tavarin, she called him her brother. Like, that's why Gemini is called Gemini, because she calls him her twin. And when they were all asking, like, well, where's your twin? The one who makes all this stuff. And it's like, he's very shy. He's very socially awkward. So he doesn't like to stay in the limelight. He just makes the stuff. I'm the person who stays in the limelight, so. 2 Tavarin, 1 gun. She literally called him her brother. Like, legitimately called her brother. Like they were siblings, all that kind of stuff. Oh, Kastek is fucking fantastic. Kastek is the gun manufacturer that arms both sides of a war and then comes out, then ends up looking like heroes when whoever wins thanks them for giving them guns. Legitimately sell guns to criminals because they can make money, and then arm the police force with those same weapons. Galaxy brain. And they got called out for it, and they're like, motherfucker, freedom. It's the right of every human to defend themselves. God damn it. Fucking love Kastek. They're so openly corrupt, it's fantastic. But, like, they accidentally into doing good things. Like, Kastek helped overthrow one of the last Mezzer governors of the UEE after the revolution. After revolution on Idris IV overthrew their Mezzer governor. And they sent them the flag of Idris. It's the name, or the flag of Locke, which is the name of the planet, as a thank you. It's like, I 100% do not believe that Kastek was selling guns to freedom fighters out of, like, an obligation. It's because their money fucking spent. And it was bad juju to sell money to the Mezzers after they had fallen. It's that meme from The Office with the guy who's like, you know, like shaking what's his name? Michael Scott's hand, who's looking confused. The UEE, you're a hero, Castak Arms. What? He shows up to war. Well, the fun part is, if you want to know why Castak has comically overpowered weapons, it's because they're all designed to kill Vanduul. It was founded in Vega as a public arms company, specifically to build weapons so that the militia could use them to fight the Vanduul. So the reason why they look simple, rugged, and have insane calibers and like power capabilities is because their job was to kill a 9-foot walking tank. So that's why the coda is the way it is, because it's like, you know. Don't do that to me, Donnie. Oh, I see. Vega is close to the Vanduul occupied territories, according to the online star map we have on the RSI website. Yeah, I see what you did there. You can go to the RSI website and look at the star map. It is sort of updated. Not overkill, performing within specifications, ticket closed. All right, with that, if you want to know more lore, I'm going to be back tomorrow on the youtube.com/TheAstroHistorian, where I will be talking about taking lore, quite your questions about lore and other stuff like that. So, but this has been fun. This has been great. Thank you so much for all the raids. Thank you so much for all the donations and super chats and subscribers. It's been crazy coming back this week. It's been much better these days. Thank you again for all you watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Let's find someone to raid.